Chapter 901. He stared at the tip of the blade, and his fingers slid across the blade. The cold and sharp sensation traveled to his brain through his nerve endings. In the room, Lodehair sat beside the table and habitually stroked the black blade that had accompanied him throughout his assassination career. The light from the table lamp did not leave any reflection on the black blade. His weapon was made of a material that absorbed light, and it was as dark as the universe. Lodehair's eyes were not focused, and his mood was not as calm as his face under the mask. It had been a few days since he came to the Black Star Corps, and he was like an invisible person. He did not fit in with the lively atmosphere of the army and maintained his solitary style. Lodehair had chosen to come from afar to come into contact with the Black Star Corps because E.S. God had been captured. On one hand, he wanted to see what kind of person Black Star, who had defeated E.S. God, was. On the other hand, it was because he was lost. E.S. God had taken away his innate talent and had always been his nightmare. Lodehair did not like to sleep because he would be woken up by nightmares every night. Assassinating E.S. God was his only goal. Now, E.S. God had been defeated by someone else, and he had lost the chance to take revenge. Lodehair did not have any other hobbies, and all his friends were dead. He was a loner and did not like to communicate with others. He did not have any ambition and did not know what he wanted to do in the future. Continue to assassinate the criminals in the Fallen Ark? Or put away his blade and wander around? Or find a planet to live in? Lodehair felt lost in life. So he came to the Black Star Corps subconsciously and decided to serve Black Star for a period of time to repay his kindness. When he felt that he had repaid his kindness one day, he would choose to leave. Just as he was in a daze, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lodehair came back to his senses and subconsciously tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. Then he realized that he was in a very safe situation and loosened his grip. He sheathed the black blade, got up, and opened the door. It was Black Star outside. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a while before Lodehair slowly spoke. "What's the matter? We haven't had a good talk yet. I happen to be free now. Do you want to stand at the door and talk to me?" Han Shao nodded. Lodehair paused and moved to the side to open the door. Han Shao stepped in and casually glanced around the room. Then he sat on the sofa in the living room and gestured to Lodehair to sit down. When Lodehair sat across from him, Han Shao stared at him and muttered, "That's right. I've been paying attention to you. From the resume you submitted, you're a powerful calamity great assassin. I think highly of you, so I wasn't in a hurry to assign you a position." "Yes." Han Shao tilted his head. "You don't seem to like talking much." "Yes." Lodehair replied faintly. Han Shao smiled. "It doesn't feel good to be confused." Hearing this, Lodehair's brows twitched. "Believe me, I understand your thoughts. You're different from Shazik. He truly wants to repay me, but I can tell that you're different. Your target is only E.S. God. Now that you've lost your enemy, you don't know what you should do. That's why you decided to work for me for a while, right?" Han Shao spoke slowly. The resume Lodehair submitted did not include anything about his past, but because of the information from his previous life, Han Shao was very clear about Lodehair's experience and personality, so he could easily infer his thoughts. "Yes." Lodehair exhaled and nodded. "I can tell that you're obsessed with E.S. God, so I'm guessing that your hatred for E.S. God isn't just the destruction of your home. You might have faced E.S. God and seen how terrifying he is, and he became your nightmare." Lodehair's eyes widened in shock. These were all secrets he had hidden in his heart and had not written in his resume. He rarely revealed them to outsiders, so how did Black Star see through them? The conversation between the two of them could be counted on one hand. Could Black Star's perception be so terrifying that he could guess my thoughts and past so accurately after only meeting a few times? "You're right. I've met E.S. God before. I'm an Esper whose ability was taken away by him." Lodehair suppressed the shock in his heart and maintained his expressionless face. "Then, you're really lucky to still be alive." He knew that Lodehair's hatred for E.S. God was even deeper. After all, anyone would be unhappy to have their innate ability taken away. Even though Lodehair had changed his fate and obtained the same strength, he still held a grudge against God. Han Xiao consoled him. Then, you must have suffered a lot to obtain your current strength. Hearing this, Lodehair's eyes flickered for a moment, as if he had fallen into some bad memories. However, he quickly recovered and lowered his head without saying anything. A strange feeling spread in his heart. He had been alone for so many years without any friends or partners, but now, he realized that Han Xiao understood him. Hearing his consolation and seeing his sincere smile, Lodehair felt a little touched. How long has it been since someone cared about me? If an ordinary person said this, Lodehair would not think too much. As a Calamity Grade Super, he would not be so easily persuaded. However, Black Star was a beyond Grade A. In front of him, a Calamity Grade Super was just a little brother. Black Star was a big shot far above him. Receiving the concern of a big shot, Lodehair's reaction intensified. In fact, there was another reason. In order to open Lodehair's heart, Han Xiao had activated Chun Xing's character summon card when he spoke. Looking back with a smile. Effect, plus 688 charm. Reality proved that it was quite effective. Lodehair took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and replied with a hoarse voice, "It's all in the past." Han Xiao shook his head. While the character summon card was still effective, he leaned forward and said softly, "Don't hold it in. You don't have to keep it to yourself. You may be used to being alone, but you have to realize that no matter what happens in the future, you are no longer alone. I am your boss, and I hope to know more about your experience." Lodehair's throat moved slightly, and he fell silent for a while. He was originally a little reluctant, but thinking that Black Star was his benefactor, he made the decision and slowly told him about his past. Because he had not spoken so much in a long time, he was a little shaky at first, but he soon immersed himself in his emotions. In the past, Lodehair did not have anyone to confide in, so he had always sealed his past in his heart. Now that he was saying it all out, his mood was indeed much more relaxed. Han Xiao listened quietly. In fact, he basically understood what Lodehair said. The main reason he wanted him to say it was to let him open his heart and increase his favorability. After all, Lodehair had just joined and did not have any emotional foundation, so his loyalty would not fall from the sky. This was something that needed to be nurtured slowly. "That's right. I value you a lot. If you want, I'm willing to listen." Han Xiao nodded. "Thank you." Lodehair let out a breath of turbid air and felt his body relax a little. The fear of God in his heart seemed to have been diluted a little. He was a little flattered that a big shot like Black Star was willing to talk to him. "That's all for today." Han Xiao stood up and smiled. "I hope that one day in the future, I can rely on you without worry." Although Lodehair was still a man of few words, his tone was completely different and not as cold. "Cheer up. I'll arrange a mission for you in a while. Don't be listless then. Bye." Han Xiao walked to the door and waved his hands with his back facing him. Lodehair leaned against the door and watched as Han Xiao disappeared around the corner. He felt much more relaxed. His decision to join the Black Star Corps did not seem too bad. A few days later, the production line of the logistics department produced a large number of Black Star Corps badges. Evolution. After Han Xiao finished charging them, they officially started to ship them out. Some of the players who had nothing to do went back to the headquarters to get the goods. As for the buyers in the Gyulul civilization battlefield, they went through the logistics department of the army to get the goods. Very quickly, the first batch of players who bought the badges personally experienced the effects of this item, and a large number of reviews appeared on the forums. The players who participated in the Gyulul Civil War all used it in battle and recorded videos. Han Xiao opened a popular post and watched the video. On the screen was an airdrop battle, and the players were clearing out the resistance forces in the city. In a certain plaza, there was a war fortress with a large number of ancient Emperor Party troops stationed there. The firepower was ferocious, and the charging players were all killed. The players were suppressed to the point that they could only hide. The participating players discussed for a while, and 10 players wearing the Black Star Corps badges. Evolution stood up and raised their badges. "Ultraman, transform!" A player who seemed to be a pugilist roared. The next moment, the bodies of the 10 players swelled up, and they turned into high-level mutated creatures. Rua, 10 gigantic aberrations, rushed out at the same time. Braving the cannon fire, they charged at high speed on all fours. Their powerful vitality withstood the concentrated fire, and when the enemies saw a group of monsters breaking through the firepower, the fear on their faces could be clearly seen. 2 of the aberrations were shot to pieces while they were charging. The rest of the aberrations rushed into the enemy's camp, smashing through hover tanks one after another and collapsing war bunkers. Their gigantic arms and sharp claws activated their peerless flurry mode. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Fist of the testicles. Main question personally experienced. The combat effect of the extreme evolution is off the charts, and the mutated creatures are too meaty. It's really suitable for attacking. Maple Moon, although it's a little ugly, it's really useful. Moon Shadow Stream. It's not bad, but it's still very expensive. It costs 5,000 anas to recharge. Moist Moonstar. Think about it. How can you become stronger without recharging? Black Star smiles. Even more players use the badges in dungeons. The mutated creatures were too suitable to be the main tank, and it was perfect for tanking bosses. Badge holders instantly became the most popular party to raid dungeons. Basically, every team would bring along a badge holder. Some players saw the business opportunity and gathered money to buy the badges. They then joined the dungeon teams in the form of employment, charging a fee that was only higher than the recharging price. It was specifically for the players who could not afford the badges. The players were very active, and the forums quickly discussed all sorts of ways to use the badges. Han Xiao curiously paid attention to it for a while before closing the forums. There was another matter that was more important at the moment. The Red Empire had officially negotiated the issue of the evolutionary totem, and Han Xiao signed a formal agreement with the dynasty to provide them with the evolutionary totem in the long term. It was estimated that he would provide 100 million totem devices within 5 years, and all of them would take up to 20 years to recharge. The dynasty would pay for the manufacturing cost and the fuel fee. Because of the relationship between the two parties, Han Xiao would not be able to earn much from the dynasty. His targets were the other civilizations. One of the important terms of the agreement was that Han Xiao had the right to sell the evolutionary totem to other allied civilizations, and all the profits would go to the Black Star Corps. The dynasty did not wait for ES God's legacy to slowly reveal itself, but took the initiative to announce the existence of the evolutionary totem to the entire universe. Countless civilizations were excited. Those civilizations that had already cooperated with Han Xiao in the Shattered Star Ring were also shocked. No matter how they looked at it, the evolution cube was far less valuable than the evolutionary totem. Countless civilizations could no longer sit still, and the army's number was about to explode with calls. Countless people contacted Han Xiao, hoping to purchase the evolutionary totem. Han Xiao got Philip to post the agreement with the dynasty and told these civilizations that as long as they obtained the dynasty's approval, they would be able to purchase the evolutionary totem, throwing the problem and pressure to the dynasty. As for the allied civilizations that had already joined the alliance, Han Xiao directly made deals with them and signed multiple agreements to purchase large quantities of totem devices. The number of totem devices that were pre-sold reached tens of millions, and his business spread throughout the various star fields. His price for the evolutionary totem was not as cheap as the Ovidin badge. Because of this deal, the Black Star Corps made a huge profit, and their cash flow became extremely abundant. The evolutionary totem had become the stable faction specialty of the Black Star Corps, and such high profits would naturally make many organizations jealous. However, the combination of the Black Star Corps and the Red Empire was more than enough to make most organizations give up on such thoughts. The bigger the business, the more strength one would need to protect it, and the current Black Star Corps already had the strength to monopolize this cake. Just the Black Star Corps alone was the tyrant of the Shattered Star Ring. Countless local civilizations were partners of the army, and their strength was extremely large. A beyond grade A organization of this level was already at the top of the food chain in the universe. Furthermore, The owner of the evolution cube was Black Star. After the battle on Planet Lighthouse and the fall of God, the entire universe knew that he was extremely difficult to deal with. Even the Arcane Church and God had fallen, so not many people were confident that they could deal with him. Furthermore, the Black Star was not alone in the Shattered Star Ring. Out of the 4 other Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star Ring, 3 of them had cooperated with the Black Star. Furthermore, the geographical location of the Shattered Star Ring was extremely good. It was adjacent to the Flickering World, and the Dynasty had more than 100 million fleets in the Flickering World. They could reinforce the Shattered Star Ring at any time, and even the owner of the Shattered Star Ring, the Radiant Federation, turned a blind eye to it. Not many organizations dared to mess around in the Shattered Star Ring. Due to all kinds of considerations, no organization dared to act rashly and take the risk, silently agreeing to the trading rules set by the Dynasty. Of course, Han Shao would not forget about his own people. Every army division and training camp was equipped with an evolutionary totem. Blue Star, where Bennett was, also received the benefits of an evolutionary totem for free. Han Shao did not forget about the Black Spirit race either. He specially sent an apostle weapon to plant an evolutionary totem and brought some mechanical troops to guard the planet where the Black Spirit race was located. Seeing that their archenemy had made a fortune through the evolution cube, the Star Pupil Protoss were extremely annoyed. Originally, the criticism of Cisco had decreased a lot, but seeing how the Black Star Corps was doing so well, many people were heartbroken and blamed Cisco for missing the opportunity to develop their civilization. The scolding within the civilization made Cisco feel very depressed. Heber of the Bloodshed Land also felt very uncomfortable. He felt that his position in the Shattered Star Ring was becoming more and more unstable, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only watch as Han Shao wantonly pulled in other organizations, and his heart was as sour as a lemon. Just as the evolutionary totem was attracting a lot of attention in the entire universe, Han Shao received a special invitation for a battle. It was from Ames. Chapter 902. The battle invitation was sent privately and was not made public. However, the wording was not as casual as the two of them. Instead, it was very formal and indicated the time and location of the battle. They would meet on a desolate planet in the Godora star system 5 days later. The news was too sudden, and Han Shao was confused. There should not be any problems with their relationship, but he did not know why Ames did not inform him in advance and even made it so serious. What was she thinking? Han Shao was originally discussing the terms of the evolutionary totem with the representative of civilization. As soon as he received the invitation from Ames, he immediately hung up and contacted Ames. He did not wish for any problems to occur with their alliance. The call went through very quickly, but it was not Ames on the other end, but Jenny, whose hair was getting thinner by the day. "Why is it you?" Han Shao was a little confused. He had called Ames' private number. "Where's Ames?" "You've received her challenge, haven't you?" Jenny asked. "What does she mean?" Han Shao frowned. "Exactly what she said. Before the battle, she does not plan to speak to you. She told me to tell you that she wants to fight you seriously this time. Why would she suddenly have such thoughts?" Han Shao was confused. "If you have any questions, you can ask her yourself on the day you meet her. Remember to be on time." Jenny snorted and hung up the call. Looking at the black screen of the communicator, Han Shao could not help but scratch his head. It's normal for Beyond Grade as to spar, but with our relationship, we can just call out if we want to spar. Is there a need to make it so formal? It's like a full moon night at the peak of the Forbidden City. Forget it. It's not the first time Ames has been so willful. I'm already used to it. Han Shao shook his head helplessly and treated this battle as another one of Ames' whims. At the same time, in the main palace of Floating Dragon Island, Jenny put down the communicator and turned to look at Ames, who was sitting on the floating dragon bone throne, with a complicated expression. During the communication, Ames had been listening. She nodded slightly and chuckled. "Thank you for your hard work. To be honest, I don't quite understand." Jenny couldn't help but ask, "Although I hate Black Star, his strength is unquestionable. Forgive me for being blunt, but I don't think your chances of winning are high. Why are you doing this? You don't seem to have much confidence in me, do you? Ames's eyes curved as she teased him. Aesop shook his head and could not help but interject. This has nothing to do with confidence. After the battle on Planet Lighthouse and the ES God incident, Blackstar has already proven his strength. Based on the strength he displayed, your chances of winning are indeed very low. Why do you want to issue a challenge that you will definitely lose? When Ames heard this, the smile on her face disappeared. Whether I can win or not, we'll only know after we fight. Then, Ames paused, stroked the armrest of the throne, and sighed softly. Maybe I'm really no match for Blackstar now, but at least I need facts to prove it. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Godora Star System, Star Zone 2, Planet G, S7058. This was a gas, giant planet surrounded by a conspicuous asteroid belt planetary ring. This planet was not far from the Black Star Corps headquarters and Blue Star headquarters. It was the location of the battle. A stream of light approached from afar and stopped outside the atmosphere of this planet, revealing the appearance of a spaceship. The pilot was Han Xiao. Go to the battle alone. Large unknown target detected. Matching database. Found match. Target is Floating Dragon Island. Philip's voice sounded in the spaceship. Without his reminder, Han Xiao also saw the scene outside the porthole. The enormous Floating Dragon Island was hovering outside the atmosphere of this gas giant planet, and the entire island was covered in a golden planetary shield. On both sides of Floating Dragon Island, there were 10 enormous silver-black alloy satellites. These were the weapons Han Xiao had specially given to Ames, the super-advanced brick. The eyesight of a beyond grade A was amazing. Han Xiao saw that Floating Dragon Island had already activated its armed mode, and the buildings were all retracted into the ground. No one was moving on the floating island, and only Ames was standing at the dock of Floating Dragon Island, looking at him from afar. Seeing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. She actually brought Floating Dragon Island over as well. Was she serious? He tried to call Ames' private number, and this time, Ames picked up. Ames' elegant face appeared on the virtual screen with a calm expression. You're here. You invited me. So how could I not come? Han Xiao had a helpless expression. If you want to spar, just say it. I won't reject you. Is there a need to be so serious? You're mistaken. This is not a simple spar. Ames slowly said, I'll use all my strength to deal with you, and I hope you'll do the same. If you're careless, you'll die. Hearing this, Han Xiao stopped smiling, frowned, and said, What are you trying to do? Ever since you entered the Beyond Grade A realm, there have been endless storms. I've fought side by side with you, fought the Tyrant, fought ES God, but we haven't had a proper spar yet. So, I want to have a proper spar with you until one side loses the ability to resist. Is there a need to use such a method to determine who's better? Han Xiao did not understand. Ames' expression was calm, and she softly said, You've done a lot of things in the past few years. During this period of time, you've done a lot of big things that shook the universe. In less than 2 years, you grew from a new Beyond Grade A Super to your current position. I can see your changes every day. Do you know the feeling of being caught up is really not good? When Han Xiao had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm, the two of them had become equals. Ames was willing to help Han Xiao, who was still a new Beyond Grade A Super at that time, overcome his difficulties. However, in just 2 years, Han Xiao had risen at a speed visible to the naked eye, establishing his current foundation, far surpassing Floating Dragon. Ames increasingly felt that the gap between their identities, positions, and strength was widening. Their relationship was no longer equal, and her mentality had undergone a subtle change. Ames was carefree and did not care about many things. However, she had an extraordinary obsession with the people she cared about. Her perseverance in searching for Aesop had shown this. Han Xiao was one of the few people she cared about. In the past, when the gap between their positions was huge, Ames had calmly watched Han Xiao rise. However, it was different now. Their positions were swapping. She did not want to see Han Xiao leave her further and further behind. She was not satisfied with only seeing Han Xiao's achievements on the news. In the end, she decided to issue a challenge and personally experience Han Zhao's strength. He wanted to see how big the gap between him and Han Xiao, who had done so many great things, was. The next moment, an alarm sounded on Han Zhao's spaceship's radar. Detected a high-threat target with a skyrocketing energy reaction. Han Xiao looked up. It was Ames releasing her energy, and her status was rising. Ames's deep eyes seemed to contain stars. She took a step out of the dock and stepped into the void. The force field supported her body as if she was stepping on the ground. Her tight black dress trailed behind her like a blooming black flower. As she walked through the void, her long white legs were faintly discernible between the two halves of her black dress. The energy level in Ames' body had already been raised to her maximum, and her voice became solemn. "Don't hold back, come on." The next moment, she raised her arms, and a powerful force field superimposed on Floating Dragon and the 10 satellite bricks. They gradually accelerated and flew toward Han Xiao. This time, a mission popped up on Han Zhao's interface. "You have triggered the S-rank mission, Dragon Emperor Ames. Mission requirements: last as long as possible in the hands of Ames. Combat mode is unlimited. You can only leave combat mode for a maximum of 30 minutes. If you exceed this limit, the mission will be completed. There is no limit to the number of times you can leave combat mode." The mode of this mission was the same as when he challenged the tyrant. The longer he lasted, the greater the reward. Other than experience, there were also legendary points, character summon cards, and the chance to draw one of Ames' abilities or talents after lasting 20 minutes. However, Han Xiao was not in the mood to look at the mission interface. "How can I not hold back against you?" Han Xiao sighed and did not say this out loud. With his current strength, if he really went all out, the damage he could deal was too terrifying. There was an 80% chance that she would not be able to hold on. Han Xiao shook his head. He did not plan to injure Ames. No matter what, the two of them were allies, and he could not go overboard. Seeing that Ames was determined to fight, Han Xiao instantly made a decision. "Let's fight a battle of attrition. My tankiness is enough to exhaust her energy and make her unable to fight anymore. Only then will I not injure her and hurt her feelings." The distance between the two of them quickly shortened. Han Xiao did not hesitate anymore. He calmed himself down, activated his mechanical suit, and left the spaceship. He then opened the secondary dimension and summoned a portion of the Mech Legion. Lord, Psionic Prime lined up with all kinds of apostle weapons. Han Xiao said with a deep voice, "Go. Focus on exhausting her. Don't go all out." "Understood." Psionic Prime nodded. The thrusters on his back spewed out a dazzling flame, and he turned into an arc of light as he charged forward. The other apostle weapons followed behind him with the Mech Legion and charged toward the approaching Ames. The light in Ames' eyes became brighter and brighter. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and slowly pushed forward. Force field, Floating Dragon Starburst Hammer. The force field superimposed on Floating Dragon continued to increase, pushing Floating Dragon to crazily accelerate. Like a gigantic meteor, Floating Dragon crashed into the black tide of Mech Legion. This scene was like smashing a large group of ants with a brick. If such a huge lump of Floating Dragon were to smash into a planet, it would not take long for it to shatter the crust of a planet. Only by using a force field to swing her weapon in battle would she be able to truly be a Dragon Emperor. The normal response would be to focus fire on Floating Dragon, but Han Xiao could not possibly destroy the other party's nest. He was helpless against Ames' style of randomly throwing her base. The Mech Legion did not fire at Floating Dragon. Instead, they followed the order and spread out, allowing Floating Dragon to pass through the defense line. The result was obvious. The gigantic Floating Dragon directly crashed into Han Xiao, who was as small as a speck of dust in comparison. The shadow expanded rapidly and covered everyone's vision. Looking at the land that was smashing toward him like a mountain, Han Xiao revealed a pained expression under his mechanical suit's helmet. In the past, he had tricked Ames into using Floating Dragon to save him once. Now he was going to have a taste of Floating Dragon smashing into his face. Retribution. You have to pay for what you did. Chapter 903. In space, the force field could continuously increase the acceleration of an object. This was the most suitable battlefield for Ames. Her force field esper ability was originally focused on defense and control, but in Ames' hands, it was extremely powerful. Under the effect of the force field, Floating Dragon's speed continued to increase. Its huge size was equivalent to an extremely large area of effect. If Floating Dragon was allowed to increase its speed without limit, it would become more and more difficult to dodge. However, Floating Dragon was still not fast enough. In Han Shao's eyes, it was as slow as a tortoise. He had more than 10 ways to dodge Floating Dragon's attack this time. Just the high mobility of his mechanical suit would allow him to go around Floating Dragon before it hit him. However, Ames did not just use the brick to hit people. Her eyes shone, and she released a force field that imprisoned Han Shao's body and dragged him toward Floating Dragon. Force field, gaze of the dragon. The force field around him seemed to have solidified, and Han Shao was under immense pressure all over his body. Every movement of his was greatly hindered, and at the same time, he was dragged forward by a suction force. I've used this move before. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. With his current ability, he was not afraid of Ames' control ability, and he could easily tear apart the force field that imprisoned him. However, he did not plan to dodge this Floating Dragon's attack. He purposely wanted to test its power and obtain battle information. At the same time, he also wanted to test the effect of the upgraded ability. Floating Dragon was getting closer and closer, and he could already see the scenery of Floating Dragon's surface. A huge pressure hit him head-on, and he felt the word danger appear above his head. Han Shao calmed himself down and raised his arms. Nanoparticles flowed on the surface of his mechanical suit and gathered on his arms, turning into shield generators. With a flash of blue light, layers of psionic shields appeared in front of Han Shao, forming a defense. The next moment, Floating Dragon Island charged over, and the huge inertia slapped Han Shao onto the shield of Floating Dragon Island, pushing him further and further away. Ames turned her palm, and Floating Dragon drew an arc in the air and fell toward the gassed giant planet beside them, preparing to smash Han Shao into the planet. At the same time, Psionic Prime led the Mech Legion close to Ames and fired psionic particle cannon shots at Ames. Ames' 10 satellite bricks were not idle either. 6 of them were placed in different directions and circled around Ames. They were covered with an energy shield and a defensive force field, forming a defensive line that blocked most of the psionic cannons. The gaps in the defensive line were filled up by the defensive force field, and the psionic particle cannon shots were all turned into fragments. The other 4 satellite-grade bricks charged at the Mech Legion formation under the control of Ames' force field. The Mech Legion was not as gentle toward the satellites. The psionic particle cannon shots were fired continuously, blasting holes in the satellite-grade bricks, and metal fragments floated everywhere. These fragments then turned into a metal storm under the control of Ames, passing through the Mech Legion and leaving scratches on the surface of the mechanical soldiers. The Apostle weapons ignored these attacks and quickly closed in on Ames' defensive line. Psionic Prime swung his spear and slashed out an energy wave, which hit the defensive force field and caused a huge explosion, creating a gap. The next moment, a new force field filled the gap. Just as Psionic Prime was about to continue attacking, Ames flicked her finger, and an invisible force field enveloped the Apostle weapons that were close to her and threw them away. Then a force field with a larger range was formed, and like Moses opening the sea, the mechanical army was split apart. The mechanical soldiers were thrown away by the force field one after another. Ames' powerful control ability was displayed to the fullest. Her force field esper ability was good at controlling a large range and could counter the human wave tactic to a certain extent. Right at this moment, a light suddenly flashed behind Ames. Mad Sky Hunter teleported and appeared behind Ames. He opened his mouth, revealing his high-frequency, vibrating alloy teeth, and bit toward her waist. His upper and lower jaws clenched together, but he missed. A long, white finger tapped on the head of Mad Sky Hunter's mechanical beast, and Ames flipped over. The Void bloodline pattern appeared on her face. She directly used Void hyperdrive to avoid the sneak attack. Ever since she was strengthened by the evolution cube, her mobility had increased by more than a little. A turbulent force field followed her finger and blasted into Mad Sky Hunter's body. Force field, finger shockwave. Cracks appeared on Mad Sky Hunter's body, and a large number of parts were crushed. His mechanical body was heavily damaged, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped away from Ames. The range of the force field Esper ability was very wide, but the closer it was to the main body, the stronger the force field would be. Suddenly, Ames felt the fluctuation of the void dimension. She looked up and saw that Han Shao, who was slapped on Floating Dragon, had disappeared. He had used Void Hyperdrive to escape from the attack range. Han Shao shook his slightly numb arm, looked at the combat information, and was speechless. She actually dealt me overwhelming damage. Only a pugilist like Heber would be able to crush Floating Dragon with his head. However, although the damage was high, Han Shao did not care about it all. No matter how strong Ames' AoE was, there was a limit to it. His current health recovery rate was extremely high. As long as the enemy's instantaneous explosive power did not reach a certain level, or it did not have special attack effects such as heavy injury, his main body was not afraid. Floating Dragon, which missed, did not continue to smash toward the gas giant planet. Instead, it made a turn and smashed toward Han Shao. Its huge body slashed across the planet, and the gas on the surface of the planet showed obvious signs of being stirred, forming a huge storm. Looking down at the planet, it looked like a vortex. In the distance, Ames used Dragon's Gaze again. Han Shao felt another force field enveloping him, but he had already received the combat information and was not prepared to fall for it this time. He clapped his hands together. Hum! The mechanical suit trembled, and it continuously released repulsive force, creating a field within a few meters. The outer shell was filled with repulsive force, and the inner part was filled with chaotic repulsive force. This field bounced away most of Ames' force fields, and the few that broke through the outer shell were deflected by the internal chaos. Dragon's Gaze was almost ineffective. This was the anti-dragon throne device that Han Shao had specially built. The principle was to stack repulsive force rings to form a repulsive shield field, which was used to neutralize external force fields and greatly reduce the effect of the force fields on the user. However, it was a mechanical device after all, and there was a limit to its performance. Ames' force fields could be stacked continuously, and she would be able to break through the repulsive shield field if given enough time. Therefore, Han Shao did not plan to get close to Ames. Instead, he wandered from afar and played a game of hide-and-seek with Floating Dragon while controlling the Mech Legion to attack. Seeing that Han Shao did not approach, Ames began to move, dealing with the Mech Legion while flying toward Han Shao. Seeing this, Han Shao also retreated, maintaining a distance. After getting rid of the control skill of the force field, Floating Dragon could not catch up to him at all. Its mobility was obviously greater than Ames, and it firmly held the initiative. Seeing that one Floating Dragon could not do anything to Han Shao, Ames' hand formed a claw and made a grabbing motion toward a satellite-grade brick that was charging toward the Mech Legion formation. This satellite-grade brick suddenly stopped as though it was fixed in place. Then, layers of force fields began to compress, and the increasing pressure caused the satellite-grade brick to tremble. The metal was squeezed inward, and the density gradually increased. Ames' arm slowly stretched backward, and the force field continued to compress, accumulating a huge elastic force. The next moment, her eyes shone brightly, and she clenched her fist and punched out like an arrow. The elastic force stacked on the satellite-grade brick instantly exploded. This satellite-grade brick suddenly spun like a stone shot out by a slingshot, instantly accelerating far beyond the speed of a cannonball and shooting toward Han Shao. Force field, satellite-grade cannon. The terrifying acceleration directly peeled off a layer of metal shell, almost causing this man-made satellite to disintegrate. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, but he did not dodge the satellite brick at all, ignoring it completely. At the same time, Silver Flash, who was far away, instantly transformed into the main body of the Star Destroyer cannon and fired in the direction of the satellite. The thick, bright silver beam accurately hit this satellite-grade brick, and the silver beam directly pierced through it like a table knife, piercing through a meatball. The next moment, this metal satellite expanded from the inside out, and a dazzling red light burst out, exploding in front of Han Zhao like an orange. The metal that made up the satellite was instantly melted by the high temperature of the Star Destroyer cannon, and all the fragments turned into red, molten metal streams like splashing orange juice. A huge man-made satellite was blown up in front of his eyes, and Han Zhao casually dodged the splashing hot melted metal. This was like a signal, and more satellite-grade bricks also reached the limit of their durability and were blown up by the concentrated fire of the Mech Legion. 3 more satellite-grade bricks were quickly destroyed. There were only 6 satellite-grade bricks left under AIM's control, and they were also heavily damaged, as if they would disintegrate at any moment. Looking at this scene from afar, Han Zhao had a calm expression as he muttered to himself, "What are you going to do next?" AIM's attacks were fierce, but they did not cause much damage to Han Zhao at all. The mechanical soldiers that had been strengthened many times were extremely tough, and they were no longer substandard products that could be easily crushed by force fields. Although it seemed like AIMS had the initiative, in reality, Han Zhao had been controlling the rhythm of the battle with ease the entire time. AIMS also felt this and narrowed her eyes. My attacks were useless against him, and they were all nullified by him. She could see that Han Zhao was mainly defending and did not have any desire to attack. He was obviously going easy on her. But even so, she could not do anything to Han Zhao. Has he already grown to this stage? AIMS narrowed her eyes and finally experienced firsthand how strong Han Zhao was. The difference in strength was already very obvious, and Black Star was much stronger than her. However, her emotions did not fluctuate too much. The battle was not over yet, and she would not give up halfway. AIMS suddenly grabbed toward the gas giant, and a large group of meteorites turned into her weapon under the guidance of her force field. Like meteors, her fists smashed toward the Mech Legion. Force field, Dragon Breath Meteor Punch. This planetary ring was her huge arsenal. No wonder you purposely chose this place as the battlefield. Han Zhao nodded in his mind. The meteorites in the planetary ring continued to become AIM's weapons, smashing toward the Mech Legion time and time again. The Mech Legion also shattered the incoming meteorites time and time again. Under the leadership of Han Zhao, the battle inevitably entered a battle of attrition. Just as the two of them were fighting around the desolate planet, a fleet was parked far away from the battlefield. It was Floating Dragon's armed fleet. Because their base had been used by their boss, these fleets could not continue to stay on Floating Dragon and could only carry everyone to watch the battle. Although the price of property in Floating Dragon was very low due to the risk factors, there would still be people who would buy property. Seeing their property being used to fight, the eyelids of many of the crew members twitched. Every time Floating Dragon clashed, their emotions would fluctuate greatly. In the main ship, a group of Floating Dragon officers were watching the battle. Seeing that their leader was gradually being forced into a passive position, their expressions were not good. Black Star was indeed their ally, but as members of Floating Dragon, they naturally hoped that AIMS would win. Other than the officers, there were also 2 remote projections present. They were Hela and Aurora, both of whom were staring at the battlefield without blinking. There was no need to keep the private battle a secret. AIMS had informed Hela and Aurora. As AIMS students, the 2 of them had the right to know. Teacher is no match for Black Star. Aurora had a conflicted expression. Hela had a complicated expression as she nodded. The identities of the 2 sisters were a little awkward. They were Black Star's officers and Dragon Emperor's students. Both sides were close to each other, so they did not know who to support. Hela had studied with AIMS for 10 years and was very clear about how strong AIMS was. Her heart was filled with respect for her. Seeing her beloved teacher being suppressed by Black Star, she had a complicated feeling. The aftermath of the battle between Beyond Grade has also made her understand that this was not a battle she could participate in. It was still too early for her current level. Even with Hella's strong personality, she could not help but have some self-doubt. Beyond Grade as are too scary. Planets are just their toys. Can I really have such a strong ability? Countless meteorite fragments and metal parts floated on the battlefield. The tug-of-war between the two of them lasted for a very long time. Controlling the force field for a long time had drained a large amount of Aim's energy and stamina. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her condition was obviously declining. The strength of her force field and the range of her ability were gradually decreasing. On the other hand, Han Xiao was still as lively as ever. He had efficient energy absorption, so the efficiency of his mana recovery was not something Ames could compare to. He did not lack mana, so he kept using advanced machinery construction and waste modification to revive the mechanical soldiers that died. The army's losses were minimal. As Ames' condition declined, his control of the battlefield became more and more obvious. Ames' defensive force field was already broken through by the Apostle weapons. She had to deal with the many Apostle weapons and could not even take care of herself. She no longer had the energy to attack Han Xiao. Psionic Prime stabbed his spear toward Ames' abdomen. Ames twisted her waist and dodged the attack head-on. Psionic Prime's spear brushed past her defensive force field. Another Apostle weapon, Gold Prime, attacked from the side, but its fist was blocked by the force field. Ames raised her leg and lashed out like a whip. The leg's strength, strengthened by the force field, instantly created a huge hole in Gold Prime's abdomen armor. She then slapped Gold Prime away, and its parts flew everywhere. Suddenly, another Apostle weapon shot out a psionic cannon, shattering the force field behind her back and hitting her body. Ames immediately frowned and felt pain. Seeing this, Han Xiao, who was watching the battle from afar, had a gleam in his eyes. It's about time. She doesn't have much energy left. At this time, Ames suddenly looked up at Han Xiao, who was slacking far away. She pulled with both hands and released a powerful suction force with her body as the center, pulling all the Apostle weapons and mechanical soldiers toward her. Caught off guard, the mechanical soldiers were squeezed into a pile. At this time, Han Xiao's senses suddenly moved, and he sensed the fluctuation of the void dimension. Without hesitation, Han Xiao turned around and raised his arm. The whip kick, wrapped in a powerful force field, was blocked by his arm. It was Ames, who had jumped behind him. You actually dare to get close to me? Are you putting all your eggs in one basket? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Ames' calf and pulled her toward himself. His other hand formed a fist and punched toward Ames' abdomen. Bang! In a hurry, Ames blocked the heavy blow with the force field on her abdomen. At the same time, she raised her palm, and the compressed force field turned into a sharp, invisible blade, slashing toward Han Xiao's neck. However, her palm was only halfway through when Han Xiao grabbed Ames's leg with one hand and her neck with the other. The thrusters on his back were operating at full power, and he grabbed her and slammed her into a meteorite. This meteorite was directly smashed into pieces, but Han Xiao did not stop. He grabbed her and rushed into the meteorite cluster, crushing one meteorite after another with her body. The two of them turned into streams of light and circled around the planet, smashing countless meteorites. Han Xiao only felt that Ames' protective force field was getting weaker and weaker, almost disappearing. Han Xiao slowed down and slammed into another meteorite. This time, it did not shatter. Instead, he pressed Ames into the meteorite and made the two of them stop. The mechanical suit ejected a ring of oxygen and enveloped the two of them. Han Xiao put away his helmet, revealed his head, and shook it. You're almost out of energy. You lost. At this time, Ames was frowning, enduring the pain. There were many scratches on her black dress, revealing her fair skin. Her slender neck was roughly held in Han Xiao's hand, and one of her legs was clamped by Han Xiao's arm. She could not break free even if she wanted to. Hearing this, Ames forced a smile. No, I still have the energy for one last attack. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Okay, let me see what else you have. Under his gaze, Ames slowly raised her arm, bent her finger, and gently flicked Han Xiao's forehead. There was no force. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and he was a little surprised. Ames retracted her hand and dispersed the force field that was almost disappearing. Her tense body relaxed, and she pursed her lips into a smile. Okay, I've used up my last bit of energy. You win. Han Xiao let go of Ames's neck and touched his forehead helplessly. Naughty. Chapter 904. One of her legs was still clamped under Han Xiao's arm, and her skin was stuck to the cold mechanical suit. Ames tilted her head. Please let go of my leg. Han Xiao let go of his hand and took a step back, allowing Ames to retract her snow-white leg and retract it into her black dress. Looking at Ames's dress that was severely damaged in the battle, Han Xiao raised his hand, and nanoparticles flowed, turning into a cloth material to patch up the hole in the black dress. He could not let Ames look too pathetic in front of her subordinates. Gotcha! Ames controlled her force field to dig herself out of the meteorite. She straightened her body and stretched. The many bruises caused by crashing into countless meteorites were still hurting. It hurts. Ames rubbed her slender waist and frowned. Forget it. I was the one who suggested the spar. I asked for it. I've already held back. Han Xiao shrugged. Sigh, you're still the stronger one. Ames sighed, but her expression was calm. It was as though she had expected this result. Black Star handled the entire battle with ease and firmly controlled the situation. Ames finally had the most direct understanding of his strength. Don't be discouraged. Before Han Xiao could finish, Ames waved her hand and interrupted him with a faint smile. All right, who do you think I am? A loss is a loss. Do I need you to coax me? I've sparred with Hela so many times. I'm used to it. Han Xiao scratched his chin. As he spoke, he turned around and told the Mech Legion to clean up the battlefield. Looking at the wreckage of the satellite bricks floating in space, he thought for a while and said, The weapon I made for you is broken. I'll get the logistics department to make another batch for you after some time. Of course, you'll still have to pay for it. I know. Ames nodded and had no objections. After all, she was the one who initiated the challenge and broke the weapon that Han Xiao had given her. She could not possibly ask him to give it to her for free. As a beyond grade A, she still needed her face. The battle ended, and the floating dragon fleet, watching from afar, also slowly approached. Ames took a deep breath and used the little bit of energy she had just recovered to stop Floating Dragon. Floating Dragon's protective shield opened, and the fleets landed on the dock. The floating island's combat mode was deactivated, and the buildings hidden underground emerged one after another. Many people hurried to check on their houses and assess the damage. The logistics team, led by Haier, began to work and repair the house. Han Xiao and Ames adjusted their clothes before flying toward Floating Dragon Island. The moment the two of them stepped onto the dock, they attracted the attention of everyone around them. The members of Floating Dragon Island had all seen with their own eyes how Ames had lost to Han Xiao, and their own boss seemed to have been taken advantage of. At this moment, they were filled with displeasure. Jenny could not help but walk up and glare at Han Xiao. She then carefully sized up Ames and asked worriedly, Are you okay? I'm not injured, just a little exhausted. Ames waved her hand, turned around, and said, Black Star, let's talk in my palace. Then, she walked toward the main palace. Han Xiao put away his mechanical suit and followed. Walking into Floating Dragon Island's palace, Ames brought Han Xiao to the back garden and sat beside the stone table. She controlled her force field to pour 2 glasses of wine and placed them on the table in front of the two of them. She picked up a glass and took a sip. Seeing that Han Xiao did not move at all, her red lips curled up into a smile. This is dragon bone wine brewed by Aesop using the bones of the void dragon race. I rarely serve it to others. To actually use fossils to brew wine, what kind of dark recipe is this? Han Xiao clicked his tongue, picked up the glass, and took a sip. He felt a line of fire flowing down his throat, giving him a taste that was no less than a mouthful of magma at a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees. Then, a strong aftertaste surged up, and he smacked his lips in appreciation. This time, Ames spoke with a sigh. Your current strength has already surpassed mine, and it only took you 20 years. I've wasted all this time. Compared to you, I've always been in the same place. It's not that serious. You're just lazy, Han Xiao joked. Furthermore, if you were to work hard, you wouldn't be you anymore. Am I a lazy person in your heart? Ames rolled her eyes. Is that not the case? Han Xiao laughed. Humph. But compared to you, I'm indeed not that ambitious. Ames shook her head helplessly and did not refute. The fact of her defeat made her attitude toward Han Xiao change slightly. Every beyond grade, A knew how difficult it was to become stronger, and the rule between the strong was to respect the strong. Ames put down the glass, looked straight into Han Xiao's eyes, and said softly, to become so strong in just 20 years, you must have suffered a lot, right? Han Xiao was stunned, feeling that this sentence was a little familiar. This sentence seems like I've said it somewhere recently. Suppressing the strange feeling in his heart, Han Xiao coughed and said perfunctorily, It's fine. It's all right. You've already gained a foothold in the universe. Do you have any plans for the future? Ames played with the hair on her temples. Continue to develop and accumulate strength. Hearing this, Ames paused and blinked. You feel that your current strength is not enough? Before reaching the limit, strength will never be enough. Han Xiao shook his head. Actually, there's something I don't understand. Ames sat with her legs crossed, one hand in front of her stomach, the other holding her chin. Her deep eyes were filled with doubt as she stared into Han Xiao's eyes and slowly said, About 8 years ago, why did you stop? Why didn't you stop? At that time, you said that you didn't have the ability to stop, but you didn't tell me the reason. What are you afraid of? You're already a powerful beyond grade A with the dynasty behind you, standing at the peak of the universe. What is it that can still make you so afraid? Hearing this, Han Xiao hesitated. What he was afraid of was naturally the final boss of the later stages, the World Tree Civilization. 8 or 9 years ago, he was still a calamity grade, and their positions were not equal. Han Xiao did not tell Ames, but now that his identity was different, his words finally had weight. He thought for a while, made a decision, and slowly said, I have some information. In the distant future, there will be a disaster that will sweep across the entire explored universe. At that time, no one will be able to stay out of it. There will be nowhere to run. Ames was a little surprised and frowned. If it's a disaster of this level, the 3 universal civilizations will naturally worry about it. What are you afraid of? When this calamity breaks out, even beyond grade, as are no more than slightly larger ants. How can any egg remain intact when the nest is overturned? Ames subconsciously rubbed the wine glass with her fingers and softly muttered to herself, Is that so? So that's how it is. You have such concerns. I thought your motivation came from your ambition that can never be satisfied. She did not doubt Han Xiao's information. Everyone had different information channels. Just with Han Xiao's position in the dynasty, he could know many secrets that she could not reach. Furthermore, Black Star had no reason to lie to her. The atmosphere fell silent. Ames lowered her head and twirled the wine glass with her fingers as if she was thinking. Han Xiao did not continue speaking and focused on tasting the void dragonbone wine. After twirling the wine glass a few times quietly, Ames raised her head and said softly, I can't be lazy anymore. It seems that I can't always be lazy. If that day really comes, I will fight alongside you. That would be for the best. Han Xiao smiled. In his previous life, due to the destruction of Floating Dragon Island, Ames' fate was unknown before the World Tree version. Now, Ames was left on Floating Dragon Island and did not go out of play. What happened to Ames in his previous life would not happen again. The impact of Han Xiao had changed Ames' fate. She should be able to survive until the World Tree appeared. At this time, Jenny walked in, ignoring Han Xiao beside her, and said with a deep voice, Your Excellency, Dragon Emperor, the damage assessment has been calculated. I need you to take a look. Got it. Ames nodded and looked at Han Xiao. I have some things to deal with, and my energy has not fully recovered. I'm a little tired and need a rest. Han Xiao stood up. All right, go do things first. I'll accompany you on Floating Dragon Island for a while until you fully recover. I'll also go to Blue Star to take a look. Okay. Ames knew that Han Xiao was concerned about her and smiled. Han Xiao nodded and left. Watching Han Xiao's back take off, Jenny's tensed face relaxed. She turned to look at Ames with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth and hesitated. Ames looked at her. Do you have something to say to me? Jenny pursed her lips and seemed to have mustered up her courage. Her tone was probing as she carefully asked. She asked tentatively, Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, do you like Black Star? Hearing this, Ames raised her brows. Why do you care about this? I'm very curious. Jenny clenched her teeth. And I don't like Black Star. I know that. You don't have to emphasize it. Ames smiled helplessly. Jenny shook her head with a serious expression. Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, the reason why I hate Black Star is not what you think. We were originally a neutral organization that no one dared to mess with, and we didn't care about how comfortable our days were or how strong our organization was. However, ever since Black Star appeared, Floating Dragon Island was forced into many dangerous situations. In fact, you didn't have to get involved in those things at all. I've always thought that we should keep a distance from Black Star. He's not a simple person, or we'll face a huge crisis sooner or later. After hearing this, Ames stopped smiling and fell into deep thought. So, you think that I'm forming an alliance with Black Star because I like him? I've also considered your attitude toward him. There's no way to ignore this possibility, Jenny said with a deep voice. Ames nodded and suddenly smiled. You're right. I have a good impression of Black Star. What do you plan to do? Persuade me? Jenny's mind shook, and she did not know what to do. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Ames waved her hands and said helplessly, I do have a good impression of Black Star, but who told you that this is liking him? I'm already so old. Do I look like someone who hides her feelings because of shyness? As she spoke, Ames stood up, turned her back to Jenny, and looked up at the stars in the sky. Black Star is the only person among the beyond grade, as that I find pleasing to the eye. He defeated me and has the right to reproduce with me. However, I've never had the thought of letting another person enter my body and pass on his genes. My good impression of him comes partly from his help to Floating Dragon Island, and partly from my admiration for him. My relationship with him is indeed very close, and he's one of the few good friends and comrades that I can trust. However, when have you ever seen me in a relationship with him? Jenny heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. There was no basis for any feelings between Her Excellency Ames and Black Star. It seemed that she had misunderstood. However, Ames' next words made Jenny's heart skip a beat again. However, there's still a long way to go. My thoughts might change. If one day in the future I develop an interest in reproducing, Ames thought of the scene she had with Han Xiao, shook her head, and smiled. Black Star is the only candidate. Gotcha. The communicator in Jenny's hand was broken in half. On the other side, Han Xiao retrieved all the mech legion and metal parts, told Philip to control his spaceship to stop at Floating Dragon Island's dock, and return to the spaceship alone. After closing the hatch, Han Xiao immediately opened the interface. Dragon Emperor Ames' mission was already displayed as completed. The tug-of-war between the two of them had already lasted for more than 20 minutes, and they had completed every level of the mission. The highest level reward was to draw one of Ames' abilities or talents. Bear with it, bear with it. Han Xiao let out a breath and calmed himself down. Fu Ding and Nero were not by his side, and he did not want to gamble with his bad mood. Suppressing the urge to chop off his hand, Han Xiao looked at the other mission rewards. High EXP, 1 legendary point, and 1 Ames character summon card. P.S. Unknowingly, the super godly mechanic has been serialized for almost 2 years. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 905. The amount of experience reward was about the same as the Tyrant's Challenge mission. Completing all the requirements would give him more than 20 billion experience. Basically, all missions that required him to face a beyond grade, a super would have such a reward. With the bonus of political assets, Han Zhao's actual experience doubled, and his savings increased by a large amount. The other two rewards were Legendary Point and Character Summon Card. Starfield Legendary Point, Shattered Star Ring, Battle of the Dragon Emperor. Your battle with the Dragon Emperor Ames will be added to your resume. Your name will be spread far and wide. At the same time, each of your melee attacks will deal 20,000 to 26,000 additional physical damage. When using Strength Judgment, you will receive an additional 1,500 damage. This effect lasts for 30 minutes. Usage limit, 0/3. The effect is pretty good. It'll come in handy in close combat. Han Xiao nodded and closed the interface. After cleaning up the battlefield, Floating Dragon returned home, and Han Xiao followed. The battlefield was not far from Planet Aquamarine, and Floating Dragon returned to Planet Aquamarine without spending much time on the way. It stopped in outer space. Spaceships took off and landed on this blue planet one after another. Now that Planet Aquamarine was connected to the Galactic Society, the development opportunities brought by the galactic financial groups allowed Planet Aquamarine civilization level to increase rapidly. Now, it already looked like a galactic city. After returning to his mother planet, Han Xiao planned to inspect the changes in Blue Star. After thinking about it, he decided to invite Ames along. Although Ames did not seem to care about losing, Han Xiao needed to eliminate any negative factors to maintain their relationship as allies. Thus, he took this opportunity to spend time with Ames and strengthen their relationship, minimizing the negative effects of the battle. Ames looked down at the blue star from the sky every day, but she rarely visited the surface cities. Since Han Xiao invited her, she did not reject. The new western capital was the capital of Star Dragon, one of the 6 nations of Hylon. The Black Star city that Bennett was in was where the Army subbase was located. It was also the political core of the Aquamarine Federation. It continued to expand in the Gorst Wilderness and attracted countless people. Now it was almost saturated. Later, the galactic financial groups set their eyes on other big cities that were not so strictly controlled and built many economic cities. The new western capital was developed in this way and was a first-tier city of the Blue Star. It was just past noon, and the bright sunlight infused the city with exuberant vitality. The bustling streets were bustling with activity. Not only were there Blue Star humans, but there were also other galactic races occasionally. There was an endless stream of hovering cars in the sky, and when they passed overhead, they brought with them the slight humming sound of the anti-gravity engine. Convenient public trains carried the citizens and traveled in an orderly manner on the crisscrossing rail network in the city. Everywhere they looked, it was a peaceful scene. Han Xiao and Ames hid their auras and deliberately lowered their presence in the eyes of others so that no one would notice their existence. The two of them walked side by side on the streets and casually observed the situation in the city. They stopped and chatted along the way. 2 children chasing each other ran past Han Xiao with carefree and happy smiles on their faces. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and sighed. It has been more than 10 years since the mutation disaster, and the Blue Star people have already walked out of the shadows. They have opened their hearts and embraced a new life, giving birth to a new generation. This feeling is really good. This is all your work. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Ames chuckled. A little. Han Xiao was not embarrassed to admit it. Although he had chosen to save his mother planet, it was completely for the sake of his own interests. He had only done so for the sake of the Blue Star players. However, looking at the current results, he was indeed quite satisfied. After all, there are not many people who did not like beautiful things. During the mutation disaster, you invited me to visit your mother planet. At that time, the feeling that Blue Star gave me was one of despair and nervousness. The people were confused about the future and did not know if they could live past tomorrow. It's completely different from now. Ames shook her head. You gave this planet a new lease of life. I guess I'm a so-called turning point in history, huh? Han Xiao laughed. When interacting with people he was close to in private, he would not be so humble and polite. As they chatted, the two of them unknowingly arrived at the city center. A tall building that reached into the clouds entered their vision. That was the old site of the Dragonhorn building in Star Dragon, but it had been renovated into a new building. It was a branch building built by a galactic financial group. Seeing this building, Han Xiao stopped in his tracks. Memories flooded his mind, and he could not help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. At this moment, Ames seemed to have noticed something. She turned around, and her eyes lit up with interest. She immediately reached out and tugged on Han Xiao's sleeve. "Look, what's that shop?" Han Xiao retracted his gaze and followed her line of sight. He saw a shop by the street with the sign Black Star Cultural Relic Exhibition Hall written on it. "I've actually become a cultural relic. It's only been less than 20 years. Han Xiao could not help but complain. Curiosity grew in his heart, and he followed Ames over. The automatic glass door opened, and the two of them walked into the exhibition hall. They saw that it was a small 3-story building with glass cabinets filled with all kinds of items. At this time, this small exhibition hall was deserted, and there was not a single person in sight. There was a counter at the entrance, and there was a sign with the price of the tickets written on it. A woman was sitting behind the counter. She seemed to be an employee, and her upper body was on the table. She was taking an afternoon nap and did not hear the two of them walking in. With the eyesight of a beyond grade, Han Xiao instantly saw the situation in this exhibition hall. When he saw the items in the glass cabinets, the corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell are all these things? This exhibition hall displayed all kinds of random things, such as the chair Black Star sat on, the slippers Black Star wore, the bread Black Star took a bite of, and even the toilet bowl used by Black Star once. Han Xiao swore that he had never seen the toilet bowl in this glass cabinet before. Ames blinked, pointed at one of the cabinets, and curiously asked, "Did you really like wearing diapers in the past? You're the one who wears diapers. Who hasn't worn diapers when they were still babies?" Ames shrugged. Their conversation alarmed the female employee lying on the counter. She raised her head, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and walked out from behind the counter. She walked in front of the two of them, yawned, and said, "This is a small business. We don't accept ANAs for payment. The entrance fee is 400 aquamarine credits. I will introduce the origin of each artifact to you, if you're interested." This woman suddenly saw the appearance of the two of them clearly. She had just finished yawning, and her mouth was still open. Her face was filled with shock. Han Xiao originally wanted to ask where these artifacts came from, but when he saw the appearance of this woman, he suddenly felt that she looked familiar. "Wait a minute, I think I know you." Before he finished speaking, this woman's face suddenly became excited. She suddenly opened her arms, as though she wanted to rush forward and hug them. However, just as she made this gesture, her face suddenly froze. As though she had thought of something, her hands hung in the air, and she did not hug them. The next moment, she awkwardly put down her hands, and her expression became uneasy, as though she did not know where to place her hands. She probed, "Han, no, Your Excellency Black Star, do you still remember me?" Han Xiao frowned slightly and carefully observed the woman in front of him. There were slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She seemed to be a little old, but she still had her charm. She should have been very beautiful when she was young. Her body was tall and curvaceous. However, under the vision of a beyond grade, this kind of beauty was not attractive at all. Every promotion was a process of improving one's body composition. A beyond grade, it would be able to see the smallest structure clearly. Most creatures were covered in dirt in the eyes of a beyond grade A, but in the eyes of a beyond grade A, only creatures of the same beyond grade A level were clean and would not be stained by dirt and dust. Han Xiao compared the faces in his memory and instantly found an image that matched. He raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. "You're Li Yalan?" This woman in front of him was his partner when he was in the Star Dragon Special Agent Agency. Seeing that Han Xiao had recognized her, Li Yalan became excited again and nodded like a chick pecking rice. It's me. You actually still remember me. It's more troublesome for me to forget things than to remember things." Han Xiao explained. He then asked curiously, "So, you're still alive? I thought you died in the mutation disaster. Since you survived, why didn't you go to the Black Star Core base to find me?" "It wasn't easy for me to survive. After the 6 nations were destroyed by you, I lost my job and received a severance package. I didn't want to fight anymore, so I didn't look for you. Instead, I bought a house here and opened an exhibition hall. Lee Allen suddenly thought of the things in the exhibition hall and smiled awkwardly. About that, I got these things from the old market to pass them off as things that you've used before. I hope you don't mind. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you. Meeting an old friend, Han Xiaoxin's mood improved. Old friend? Ames suddenly asked after watching from the side for a while. Yes, an old friend from more than 20 years ago. Han Xiao nodded. Lee Allen's attention was all on Han Xiao and had neglected Ames in her shock. Only now did she recover from her shock and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Your Excellency Dragon Emperor. I apologize for not noticing you earlier. Please forgive me. Ames smiled and nodded, indicating that it was fine. Sai, you and I are old friends. There's no need to be so restrained. Han Xiao waved his hands. How can I do that? Lee Allen was a little uneasy. You're already a real big shot now. More than 20 years had passed, and her old friend had already reached a level that she could never reach. He was a great person of the planet who frequently appeared on the news. Lee Allen had forcefully stopped herself from hugging Han Xiao earlier because she thought of the huge gap between their identities. Han Xiao also realized this. He could not help but feel that things were still the same, but the people had changed. He thought about it and smiled. Now that I think about it, I seem to owe you a sum of money. Lee Allen was stunned for a moment before waving her hands. That was so long ago. I don't care about it anymore. You don't have to. All right, I've already transferred the money to you. Take a look. Han Xiao interrupted her. Beep. The sound of the communicator accepting a message could be heard in the room. TSK, I didn't tell you my account number. How did you know? Lee Allen was shocked. She had no choice but to take out the communicator from a drawer. With just one glance, her whole body froze. This 1 million anas. This amount should be enough to compensate for the interest for more than 20 years. Han Xiao smiled and felt that he was exuding a golden aura. That's too much. Lee Allen was at a loss. This is nothing to me. At most, it's pocket money. Just keep it and don't have to worry about living in the future. Han Xiao looked around, coughed, and said, So find a time to close this shop. Ames could not help but laugh. You look very much like those galactic pirates who paid me protection fees in the past. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk, Han Xiao said with annoyance. Seeing that Lee Allen was still in disbelief, Han Xiao looked around, took out a piece of paper from behind the counter, wrote down his communicator number, and handed it to Lee Allen. You can call me any time in the future. If you have any problems, you can come to me. Lee Allen quickly calmed herself down, put the paper away carefully, paused, and said with an extremely serious tone, Thank you. You're welcome. This amount of money is nothing. That's not what I meant. Lee Allen took a deep breath, bowed deeply, and said, I'm thanking you on behalf of the entire Blue Star. What you did saved everyone, including me. I didn't have the chance to tell you before. You'll always be my hero. Ames chuckled and joked. What about me? Yes, you're my hero too. Lee Allen hurriedly bowed again. At this time, a few more guests walked in together. When they saw this scene, they were a little confused. After carefully looking for a while, they suddenly became excited. Your Excellency, Black Star. Oh my God, it's really Black Star. These people rushed up and surrounded him. They were so excited that their faces were red. Among 100 Blue Star people, perhaps only one person did not know what Han Xiao looked like. Part of it was thanks to the landmark Black Star statue Bennett built in Black Star City, and part of it was thanks to the textbooks. Can we take a picture with you? One of them said excitedly and took out his communicator. Of course. Han Xiao smiled. He had nothing to do anyway, so it was fine to take some time. The few of them excitedly took turns to take photos with Han Xiao, and some passers-by who were passing by were also attracted. Very soon, more people heard the news and arrived, forming a long line outside. This small exhibition hall became crowded, and it was extremely noisy and lively. It was as if it had turned into a fan meeting. Han Xiao did not refuse anyone and took pictures with the happy Blue Star citizens. Camera flashes sounded continuously, and one photo after another was posted on Blue Star's social network by the excited citizens. The news of the Great One's appearance spread instantly, causing Blue Star's netizens to celebrate. Countless people flocked to the exhibition hall. Looking at Han Xiao busily taking pictures with people, Ames's eyes sparkled, and the admiration in her eyes never disappeared. Chapter 906. Before leaving the exhibition hall, Han Xiao took the initiative to give Li Yalan a hug. At that moment, there was no difference in status, only friendship. More than 20 years had passed, and the group of friends that he had first met had all gone through their own experiences. Everyone had their own lives to choose, and he would not forcefully interfere with the lives of others. Thus, after paying off the debt, he did not do anything to Li Yalan. After bidding farewell to Li Yalan, Han Xiao and Ames spent more than 10 days touring the main cities of Blue Star. They were recognized by the citizens everywhere, and the last stop was Black Star City to visit Bennett. Ever since there were countless photos of him and Han Xiao on social media, Bennett knew that Han Xiao would definitely come to find him. He only waited and did not disturb the two of them. Now that Han Xiao and Ames both had a close working relationship with Blue Star, Bennett paid full attention to the two of them. After talking about the formal topic, Bennett could not help but ask about Nero's situation. Han Xiao told him about Nero's heavy learning load, and Bennett felt that Han Xiao valued Nero. He was very happy and suggested that Han Xiao increase his training. After finishing his inspection work in Blue Star, Han Xiao went to Floating Dragon again. He originally planned to sneak into Old Man Aesop's wine cellar and take some Void Dragonbone wine back to enjoy with Haluz and the others. However, Aesop had foreseen this and moved the bed and toilet to the wine cellar, guarding it tightly. Han Xiao could not snatch it by force, so he could only return to the army headquarters empty-handed. In Floating Dragon Island's palace, Ames watched the spaceship's hyperdrive stream disappear into the distance, exhaled, and muttered to herself, "I can't always be lazy." Tip: Ames is an Esper. Some of the abilities that can be extracted have been adjusted according to your profession. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as your reward. 1. Pure bloodline. Talent. Racial talents are enhanced to a certain extent, unable to be quantified due to different talents. Advanced charm aura. Talent. Plus 120% CHA 3. Favor to the stars. Passive ability, randomly triggered. Receive the favor of the stars and gain strong luck. Status. Plus 90% LUK for 15 days. 4. Potential activation. Ability. Release potential. Plus 10% to 15% ability. Plus 200% critical rate. Maintaining this status will consume energy. 5. Heroic wrist. Talent. You have astonishing wrist strength, a strong body, and vigorous cell activity. As your character's total level increases, your STR, YND, and ability strength will increase. Level 1. Level 100. Plus 30 STR, plus 15 YND, and plus 0. 6% ability strength every 10 levels. Level 100. Level 200. Plus 45 STR, plus 25 YND, and plus 0. 9% ability strength every 10 levels. Level 200 and above, plus 60 STR, plus 35 YND, and plus 1. 2% ability strength every 10 levels. Oh, my luck is good. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. Fu Ding and Nero seemed to have brought him good luck. The 5 abilities he drew were all pretty good. Advanced Charm Aura S bonus was very impressive. Any talent with the word advanced would not be too bad. However, Han Zhao's requirement for charm was not high. Although they all relied on numbers, mechanics did not rely on charm like summoners did. Favor of the Stars was a very powerful ability with a very high bonus to luck. Unfortunately, just like the charm aura, his requirement for it was not high. Furthermore, 1 point of luck was not much different from having none. Potential activation was a practical skill that increased his damage output. However, compared to the other 2 abilities, it was not enough. The 2 abilities that Han Xiao liked the most were Pure Bloodline, which was a rare talent that increased the strength of one's talent. Heroic Wrist was a growth talent that was similar to grade talents. Although the bonus was far from being comparable to grade talents, it was still very rare and powerful. You have received the new talent, Heroic Wrist. Current total bonus, plus 1,230 STR, plus 680 Indi, plus 24. 6% ability strength. He was more optimistic about this growth talent. It was stable, powerful, and had potential. In comparison, the effect of pure bloodline was uncertain. According to Aim's ability, the bonus of this talent should be very limited. Furthermore, with every race evolution, one's talent would be strengthened to a certain extent. He was not lacking in this aspect. His combat style was mainly based on the Mech Legion, and this talent could only be used by his main body or the Lord's Carrier. The bonus of ability strength was applicable to the entire Mech Legion, increasing the overall damage output. Currently, he only had Transcendent and Supreme Power, which directly increased the strength of his abilities. These two abilities greatly increased the destructive power of different grades. So, Heroic Wrists, a non-grade ability that increased the strength of one's abilities, was extremely rare. Han Xiao looked at his attributes with satisfaction. He then closed the interface and turned around to consider his current situation. It's now the middle of the version, and the external environment is relatively peaceful. The three universal civilizations need time to settle their conflicts. I've also established my position, so there shouldn't be any major issues in the short term. Therefore, until the end of the version, it should be an opportunity for me to develop steadily. Han Xiao pondered. In the past year or so, he had shown his edge and led the army's strength to soar rapidly. He needed a period of stability to slowly digest the various achievements he had made, such as the dynasty paying more attention to him, the deterrence, the profits from the evolutionary totem, and so on. The army needs to keep a low profile and digest the fruits of victory. While consolidating its strength in business, it also needs to wait for the next development opportunity. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. In his plan, the next development opportunity would be when the first development phase of the flickering world ended. At that time, the dynasty would give him a territory that belonged to the army. At that time, he would be able to develop the machinery civilization and the Black Spirit race. At the same time, this would also be an opportunity to seize the advantage of version 4.0. With the opening of a version 4.0 world server, the players of the various star fields finally gathered together and started a true faction war. The nickname of the fourth calamity, the Cancer of the Universe, also started in this version. In the next version, it was inevitable that the players would cause trouble. Being the first to gain a territory in the world server would be of great benefit to him and the army players. At that time, as the largest player faction in the Shattered Star Ring, the Black Star Corps would not be able to avoid being involved in the faction war between the players. There were pros and cons, but there would definitely be a storm. The players of the Shattered Star Ring had already experienced many major events in version 3.0. At the beginning, there was the Secret War, the army commander breaking through to the Beyond Grade A realm, the alliance between the army and the dynasty, the exploration of the flickering world in the middle, the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, the fall of ES God, and the Gyul Civil War. Han Xiao estimated that in the remaining time of version 3.0, there would most likely not be any major events in the Shattered Star Ring. He could use this time to rest and recuperate. Previously, he had been fighting Ethereal and ES God, so he was also very tired. He could use this time to slowly accumulate experience from the players and expand his Mech Legion. It had not even been 2 years since he became a Beyond Grade A mechanic, and there was still a long way to go for his Mech Legion to reach the level of Manison. Not to mention Manison, even compared to other experienced Beyond Grade A mechanics, his Mech Legion was not that big. I'll keep a low profile and farm for a period of time. I won't cause any trouble for now. Han Xiaoxin made up his mind. Under Han Zhao's strategic instructions, the Black Star Corps temporarily slowed down their pace of development and focused on stabilizing their current scale and business. At the same time, they optimized their internal structure to reduce their burden. The trading of the evolutionary totem caused a huge commotion in the universe, and many civilizations in the various star fields made up their minds to form partnerships with the dynasty in various aspects. They joined some of the trade and political alliances led by the dynasty in exchange for the right to purchase the evolutionary totem. The Red Empire gained political influence. Han Shao gained a large number of civilization customers, and the army had abundant funds. It was a win-win situation. This kind of monopoly made countless galactic financial groups extremely jealous. Even super financial groups, like the Limitless Financial Group, were interested. Unfortunately, with the Red Empire backing them and the Black Star Corps being the local tyrant far away in the Shattered Star Ring, these financial groups were unable to interfere even if they wanted to. On the other hand, due to the previous conflicts, the three universal civilizations consciously reduced the friction between them. Thus, the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church temporarily chose to wait and see on the issue of the evolutionary totem. Due to the peaceful gesture made by the three parties, the galactic environment became stable again, and the effects of the Crimson Tide that had lasted for more than a decade gradually faded. The three universal civilizations gave the disobedient children a harsh beating, using practical examples to show the universe what it meant to be a noisy child who would get punched. The division of the Fallen Ark also gradually came to an end. A portion of the criminals were captured by the three universal civilizations, a portion of them joined the criminal organizations of other star fields, and a portion of them set up their own organizations. The remaining criminals were gathered by some people and continued to operate under the name of the Fallen Arkansas. The new leader seemed to be the former deputy of ES God, Hawkizan. The new Fallen Ark's strength had shrunk greatly, and they entered a frozen state. They did not move in the eye of the storm and kept a low profile. The army players were mainly involved in two major events. One was the long-term exploration of the flickering world, and the other was the Gilul Civil War, helping the Pioneer Party reclaim their lost land step by step and destroying the Ancient Emperor Party and the Decenter Party. The players' influence on the Civil War was constantly increasing, so they were never tired of it. In conclusion, the situation in the galaxy was occasionally frictions, but the overall situation was stable. Under the tacit agreement of the three universal civilizations to keep a low profile, a year and a half passed quietly. Version 3.0 had finally reached its end. In order to thank everyone for their support and love over the past 2 years, on May 19th at 6 p.m., I will send a wave of red packets to everyone on my public account. Search for Chi Pagia on Weibo. If you follow me, you will be able to participate in the event. Chapter 907. Godly Mechanic will be updated a little later today. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 908. The metallic cabin walls were full of scratches and holes, and the exposed energy circuits were damaged. Sparks were constantly sputtering. The cabin of this ship had experienced a fierce battle. The flames were crackling and crackling, and the floor was full of the shattered corpses of the crew. A group of galactic warriors in full armor were checking the corpses with their blasters, and they would shoot any survivors they found. The dead crew were all rock elves, an ancient mammal-type race. They had rough yellowish-brown skin and an average height of 3 meters. Although they were made of flesh and blood, they were born as hard as rocks. They were good at finding rare ores and metals, and they were one of the stronger galactic civilizations in the sea of star spirits. The uniforms of these crew members had the symbol of this civilization, proving that this spaceship belonged to the official forces of this civilization. However, they were attacked and annihilated. At the end of the cabin was a huge metal door, and inside was a warehouse. At this moment, a guy who looked like the leader of the attackers was standing in front of the tightly shut door of the warehouse. He took out a disk device that was specially used to crack keys and pressed it on the operation panel of the warehouse door. A high-frequency beeping sound rang out. Hum! The next moment, the door of the warehouse was unlocked and opened slowly. The leader of the attackers walked in and saw hundreds of evolutionary totems neatly placed in the warehouse. "We have the items. Go count them and move them back to our spaceship." The leader of the attackers nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to do the job. The Rock Elves had purchased a batch of totems from the Black Star Corps, and the news was leaked. This group of attackers had set up an ambush in advance with the goal of snatching the evolutionary totems. Even the accompanying fleet was wiped out by this group of attackers. To be able to rob the official forces of a galactic civilization, they were clearly not small characters. These attackers were also galactic mercenaries, but they were of a different nature. Mercenaries could be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type was those who were registered in the Mercenary Alliance, such as the Black Star Army. The second type was those who were not registered in the Mercenary Alliance and were independent mercenaries without a business license. The third type was those who were active in the black market and were willing to take on illegal jobs. Illegal jobs referred to those that violated the laws of the galaxy and were not allowed to see the light of day. They were usually posted on the black market, such as robbing, kidnapping, assassinating civilization officials, massacring planets, spying, starting wars, and so on. These mercenaries were actually criminals as well. In fact, most of the people in this industry were wanted criminals. This group of attackers was a mercenary from the black market that specialized in illegal jobs. They came from one of the top black market mercenary organizations in the universe, the Blood Gold Organization. The Blood Gold Organization was a black market mercenary organization that operated across star fields. Their main areas of activity were the Sea of Star Spirits, the Ancient Star Desert, and the Primeval Star River. The whereabouts of their members, spaceships, and bases were all rather secretive. The exact size of the Blood Gold Organization was a secret, but to be able to operate in 3-star fields, it was clearly a huge organization. At the same time, the Blood Gold Organization was also one of the upper echelons of the galactic black market. Where there were trade restrictions, there would be black markets. The black markets would continue to grow and gradually form a huge structure. There were also different levels of black markets. They were differentiated by region and business scope. From planets to star systems to star fields, the higher the level, the more formal the black market became. At the highest level, it would be the galactic black market that covered almost all the star fields. It was nominally the leader of all the black markets. This highest-level black market organization knew how to make money silently. They would not give themselves an independent name, such as the galactic black market. Those who did not know would think that it was just a name. Of course, not all independent black markets listened to the orders of the highest-level galactic black market. It was just like how some small gangsters did not know that they were giants in the international society. The galactic black market was extremely huge, and its business covered the entire universe. There would always be some civilizations that wished to obtain the technology that the higher civilizations had locked down. Thus, they would turn a blind eye and even act as a protective umbrella. On the other hand, the galactic black market was also a communication platform for galactic criminals. It was a huge underground society. Not all criminals existed for the sake of causing trouble. A large portion of them only existed for benefits. They also needed order and credibility, and they needed someone to set the rules. Thus, the managers of the galactic black market were born. Mercenaries from the black market, intelligence organizations, smugglers, contraband production, and various other gray industries were the strongest organizations. The Blood Gold Organization was one of the managers of the black market. It was equivalent to the overlord of the underground criminal world. The Fallen Ark was not the manager of the black market. The managers of the black market were basically lawful evil. They also did not like the chaotic evil ES God. Although they were both criminal organizations, they were not on the same side. After the Fallen Ark fell apart, the Blood Gold Organization took in a large number of criminals and helped them find jobs. An officer came to the leader's side and looked at his subordinate carrying the evolutionary totem. He could not help but chuckle. The price of the evolutionary totem on the black market is extremely high. According to what I know, Many civilizations are secretly purchasing it. If we swallow this batch of goods, how much do you think we can sell it for? Don't think too much. This is something that the employer wants. Our job is to bring the goods back. Do you want to die if you dare to swallow it? The leader shook his head. After a year and a half of operation, the business of the evolutionary totem had basically stabilized. Some of the civilizations that had joined the Radiance and ethereal civilizations could not have anything to do with the dynasty and could only have evil thoughts. Some of the galactic financial groups had also started to take action after observing for a long time. No one had forgotten the battle results of the Black Star a year and a half ago. The difficulty of robbing the Black Star core was too high, and these organizations could only choose to rob the fleet that transported the evolutionary totem. They had every civilization that purchased the evolutionary totem covetously. Because this was against the galaxy's laws, the Blood Gold organization, which represented the black market, was put to good use. Right now, the evolutionary totem was a priceless item in the black market, and the demand could not meet the demand. After robbing the evolutionary totem of the rock sprite, this group of Blood Gold organization members returned to the spaceship, blew up all the wreckage of the spaceship, and left. In the past few months, similar scenes had played out many times in various corners of the universe. Shattered Star Ring, Black Star Core Headquarters. Another customer who wanted to buy the evolutionary totem was robbed halfway through. In the Army Commander's office, Han Shao closed the player forums and looked at Sylvia's remote projection with a frown. Yes, including the rock sprite, there are already 13 star system civilizations that have been robbed. Thousands of evolutionary totems are on the black market. Where were they robbed? The Sea of Star Spirits. The identity of the robber is unknown, but it should be the same organization that committed the previous crimes. Han Shao stroked his chin and said, "Pay attention to the black market. If the evolutionary totem is no longer sold on the black market, it should be the work of the black market mercenaries." Teacher, do we need to deal with this problem? Don't worry about it. I'm not in charge of the after-sales service. It has nothing to do with me if they can't protect the items themselves. Of course, if they hire my mechanical army, it will be a different story. Han Shao waved his hands and asked, "What did the rock sprites say?" They said that they hope that the army will give them another batch. Give them another batch? Not buy them. Yes, they said that they know that the cost of the evolutionary totem is very low, so they're not willing to buy it at high price. They think that we should give them another set. You know that the rock sprite is more straightforward. Sylvia shrugged helplessly. Tell them that I don't open an insurance business. If they want it, they can buy it again. There is no such thing as free compensation. This is a matter of principle. Han Shao shook his head. If he opened this loophole, there might be civilizations that want compensation. He would not do such a loss-making business. However, this kind of thing was unavoidable. There might be civilizations that came to an agreement with other organizations and pretended that the evolutionary totem was stolen, indirectly helping other civilizations that were not close to the dynasty to purchase the evolutionary totem. However, Han Shao did not mind if the evolutionary totems he sold were snatched away. The more they were snatched away, the more he would sell. The market would be larger, and it could even help him share some of the pressure. After all, the evolutionary totems could only be used after being charged, so he would not lose out. The one that had to worry about this problem was the dynasty, not him. As long as they did not steal from the Black Star Core, he could still accept it. Understood. I'll tell them as such. Sylvia turned off the remote projection. Han Shao sighed, leaned back on the chair, and fell into deep thought. Over the past year and a half, the Black Star Core had been operating steadily and had gradually digested the fruits of their rapid expansion. They had consolidated their various businesses and developed well. He finally acted like a mechanic. His main body stayed at home and focused on building machinery, expanding the size of the army, while his mechanical army roamed outside, doing missions to accumulate random rewards and use them to draw mission completion cards. His EXP reserves had also been accumulated. He took out a portion of his potential points to upgrade blueprints and skills and used them to upgrade the level of his ultimate knowledges. During this period, He used 6,000 Empire contribution points to exchange for his fifth ultimate knowledge, ultimate mechanical engineering of the armed forces. This ultimate knowledge was related to building machinery, and it greatly increased the efficiency of the production line. It also unlocked a large number of blueprints that could be combined, giving him the talent, ultimate maker, and the ability, inspiration creation. The effect of ultimate maker was simple but practical. The basic performance of the machinery he produced would increase by 25 to 30%, and the production speed would increase by 300 to 500%. Obviously, this was a talent that could be used to increase the number of soldiers. Inspiration creation was an inactive ability, and the activation condition was ultimate mechanical engineering, reaching the maximum level of LV5. Its effect was to combine unlimited blueprints and randomly combine one or more new blueprints. It could also be set at a higher level, such as the orientation of the combined blueprints, attack, defense, etc., the required functions, and so on. It was more stable than inspiration creation, so it could definitely be used. What this ability consumed was experience, an ocean of experience. To the players who could not change their blueprints, this ability was a godly ability. However, Han Xiao could improve his blueprints, so this ability was not very useful. However, it was not useless and had an irreplaceable effect. Inspiration creation had a small chance of combining blueprints of universal treasures. It was the only way for mechanics to create gold equipment. Now that Han Xiao had 2 universal treasures, he did not mind having one more. However, it was not so easy to combine blueprints of universal treasures. This was not like gambling blueprints. There was no fixed combination. Even if the combination was the same, the synthesized blueprints would still be very random. In his previous life, there were players who happened to combine blueprints of universal treasures, but there were 2 problems. First, they only released information about the blueprints, but no one publicly announced the combination. Second, even if there were blueprints, no mechanic player in his previous life could really create a gold-grade machine. The prerequisite for the blueprints was too harsh. It was basically impossible for anyone below beyond grade A to create one, so the players naturally could not meet the requirements. Inspiration creation was temporarily thrown to the back of Han Zhao's mind. First, it required too many potential points to max out ultimate mechanical engineering. Second, although he had an ocean of experience to try to combine blueprints of universal treasures, he lacked experience in other areas. He had to save a lot of experience for the version update, so he did not dare waste it. To him, as long as he did not get a universal treasure blueprint, the experience he invested in this ability would be a waste. In the past year and a half, the Gilul Civil War had been settled, and there were no surprises in the process. The Pioneer Party was about to reap the fruits of victory. However, the attention of the players was currently on the 3rd Pro League. Because of the sudden increase in the number of players, the popularity of this Pro League also increased. The divisions were the same as the 2nd Pro League. There were 9 divisions, and the schedule had been slightly adjusted. For example, the secondary Pro League and the qualifiers had started half a year earlier. This allowed more time for the qualifiers to be held. This allowed more players to participate in the Pro League. At the same time, this allowed them to decide on the wildcard slots and the regular season roster before the official start of the Pro League. Han Xiao had just watched a video of the qualifiers on the forums, admiring the play style of some of the players. During the official competition, other than the arena, team, individual, and team survival battles, there would be 3 new special battle formats. The first was the Capture the Flag competition. Multiple teams would participate in a chaotic battle. Every player could revive infinitely, and the final victory would be based on points. The second was the Team Dungeon competition. Multiple teams would enter the same dungeon and compete to complete the mission set by the organizers to obtain points. The third was the Dungeon Survival Battle. As the name suggested, it was a competition of how long both sides could survive in the dungeon. In his previous life, it was also known as the Piss Holding Competition. This year's Pro League had a lot more variety of battle formats. The goal of the organizers was to increase the competitiveness and fun of the competition. They added 2 dungeon battle formats to attract more PvE players. The preseason matches for the teams to get used to each other had also been brought forward. After the secondary Pro League and the qualifiers, the Pro League would start with the regular season. Next would be the Division regular season, the International All-Star competition, the Division finals, the International regular season, and the International finals. The gap between the International competition and the Division finals was as short as the previous one. The rules of this Pro League were also many times more detailed than the previous 2 seasons. There was even a prohibited item list. As Han Technician expected, Black Star Core Badge Evolution was at the top of the list. The Army players did not feel anything because everyone could use it. However, the clubs in the other star fields heaved a huge sigh of relief. This piece of equipment was too strong. If every player in the Shattered Star Ring had one, they might as well just admit defeat. However, Han Xiao felt that this was not the only reason. It was probably because the mutated equipment was too bloody and ugly. It was easy to scare the flowers and plants, which was not in line with the organizers' original intention of attracting popularity. Ugly people had no rights. This was indeed the truth. This is from yesterday. There are more at night. Chapter 909. Black Star Core Badge Evolution was a godly item for missions and dungeons. Other than this item, there were some items that were banned in the various star fields, not just the Black Star Core. The qualifiers are about to end, and the Pro League is about to start. Han Xiao rubbed his fingers, opened the forums again, and browsed through the information on the qualifiers. All players could sign up for the preliminaries. After 3 versions of operations and publicity, there were countless players participating in the 3rd version. In the end, there were 40 team slots and 64 individual slots in each division. The elimination rate was shockingly high, and the competition was extremely fierce. As the saying went, every version was a god. With the compressed orb technology, the mechanic class rose in the 3rd Pro League, just like in Han Zhao's previous life, and their average results in the singles and teams increased significantly. This was especially so for the singles. Originally, the mechanic class was weaker in the singles, but now they shone brightly in the qualifiers and became a T1 class. The strength of the mechanic class was indeed strong, but its weakness was that it burned too much money. The players finally encountered this painful but happy problem. Looking at all the divisions, the strongest division for the mechanic class was the Shattered Star Ring division, and had already become the specialty of this place. The Black Star Corps was indeed one of the best factions for the mechanic class players. Due to the rise of the mechanic class, there were many dark horses in the qualifiers this time. However, Maple Moon was not one of them. In Han Zhao's previous life, she had only participated for the first time in the 3rd Pro League and shocked the world. This time, she had participated in the previous Pro League and obtained 38th place in the singles. Her development path was completely different. Because she had a good relationship with Frenzied Sword, the Rivervale Club had extended an olive branch to her early on and signed her before the start of the qualifiers. Hence, Maple Moon was no longer an independent player, but a member of the Rivervale team. Her identity was already a professional player. Be it her attributes, equipment, or personal skills, Maple Moon was a level higher than in Han Zhao's previous life. She firmly occupied one of the top 64 spots in the singles and obtained the qualification to advance. It was worth mentioning that the Russian and Australian clubs in the Shattered Star Ring had sent some of their core players to participate in the qualifiers to snipe the Chinese teams with potential. Their goal was to eliminate as many strong teams as possible. Sniping in the competition was not considered as using underhanded methods. This method of attacking the competitors was understandable, but after it was exposed, it still caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the Chinese players. Your pro players stayed in their own area to play, but you sent some *T stirrers to our area to cause trouble? To think that it was a big-name overseas club, it was really a younger brother. The teams sent by the Russian and Australian teams were boycotted and targeted by the Chinese players. Because they weren't professional teams, they weren't too strong. These snipers were eliminated in the middle of the qualifiers. Now that the contestants of the qualifiers were clear, the official competition was the stage for these people. Thus, a large number of players were excitedly analyzing the performance of these contestants in the qualifiers, posting all kinds of analysis posts. Now, the forums were basically flooded with such posts. Han Xiao also watched with great interest. Not too long ago in his previous life, he had also received such treatment. After scrolling through the forum for a while, a new post suddenly popped up on the board. It was instantly pinned to the top and attracted Han Xiao's attention. He took a look. This was the new episode of Galaxy Times, the final promotion for the official opening of the Pro League. It lasted for a long time, and all the players who were scheduled to advance were invited, as well as the professional teams of the various clubs. This Galaxy Times, Han technician read it every single time, so he immediately clicked on it. "Hello players," the male host said. "This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and protecting your gaming career. The qualifiers are about to end," the female host said. "The countdown to the official Pro League has begun. Today, we are honored to invite the pro players of the various clubs in the Shattered Star Ring division and the players who advanced in the qualifiers for an interview. Please give us a round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. Applause and cheers added later. Everyone went online, showed their faces, and introduced themselves under the guidance of the host. "Welcome to Galaxy Times," the female host said. "On behalf of all the players, I would like to congratulate all of you on obtaining a spot in the regular season. We have many new faces this time, and some say that this qualifier belongs to the Dark Horses. Let me first interview the players who made it into the regular season for the first time. What are your thoughts on entering the highly anticipated regular season for the first time?" The host interviewed the rookies, and many of them were familiar faces. In his previous life, quite a number of these rookies who rose in the third Pro League had joined the professional teams. After some of the older players retired, this batch of rookies gradually became important or even main members of the teams. Their status was equivalent to Li Gu and Hao Tian. Looking at how young these rookies were now, Han Xiao felt that it was quite refreshing. After interviewing the rookies, it was the professional team's turn. The last team to be interviewed was the highlight, the three teams that made it into the top 8 in the previous Pro League: Long Sky, Dynasty, and Rivervale. Hao Tian, King Admiral, and Mad Blade, the three captains. You obtained excellent international rankings in the previous Pro League. Now that the third Pro League is about to begin, do you feel pressured? Mad Blade nodded. There will definitely be pressure. The better the results, the more eyes will be on us. Even the slightest mistake will be magnified infinitely. However, it's more motivation. We have a rookie with great potential like Maple Moon, and our team is also working very well together. We are very confident in this Pro League, and we hope to become stronger and achieve glory again. All right, we also wish Rivervale a better result. What about Long Sky and Dynasty? You guys are the champion and runner-up of the previous Pro League, respectively. Do you have any goals in this Pro League? What do you hope to achieve? We only have one goal, Hao Tian said with a deep voice, and that is to defend the championship. Other than that, any other result will be a step back. King Admiral smiled. Unfortunately, our only goal is to win the championship. It seems like both captains are very confident and want to bring back the Pro League trophy for China, the female host said to ease the tension between the two. The host continued the interview, and the rest of the topics were about preparation. In the end, they emphasized the start time of the Pro League and concluded with a final wave of publicity. Han Xiao finished watching the show and glanced at the players' replies. Most of them were very optimistic. Licking to the end. We took 3 spots in the previous Pro League. If not for Dynasty fighting 2 rounds of internal battles, we might have even been the runner-up. Twin Lotus Flowers. What do you mean by a strong international team? A cart of bread. Our chances of defending the championship are very high. The rise of the Mechanic class in this version is due to the Black Star Corps. The Mechanic class in our division is the strongest, and this is our advantage. Our overall ranking will definitely be better. Since there were optimistic families, there were naturally those who disagreed. No matter how few people there were, their presence could not be hidden. Rewind. Can you stop bragging? You got arrogant just because you got lucky and won the Pro League. Hee hee, I don't think we will even make it to the Pro League this time. Father of Tutu, I really hate praising these pro players so highly. I don't know what's so great about them. Hanzo, you should be happy just because you won the championship. Still fantasizing about defending the championship. I'm speechless. Han Xiao glanced through these comments and could not help but give them thumbs up. When it came to attracting hatred, these people were still the best. After a long period of publicity, the third season of the Pro League was unprecedentedly popular. As the day of the Pro League approached, the players on the forums became more and more active. A few days later, the opening ceremony arrived, and the excitement that the players had been accumulating for a long time finally exploded. The opening match of the Shattered Star Ring division was between Long Sky and Dynasty. The commentator invited the extremely popular Pork Bun. Before the match officially started, the number of viewers in the live stream had already skyrocketed. Han Xiao, who was holed up in the headquarters, also opened the forums to watch the opening match. Chapter 9-10. Welcome to the opening match of the 3rd Galaxy Pro League. I'm the commentator for this match, Windchime. Hello, everyone. I'm the commentator, Pork Bun. I'm the commentator, ugh. On the screen, there were 3 commentators sitting in a studio. This studio was in a spaceship. The spaceship was hovering above the competition planet, overlooking the scene. As the stream connected, countless comments flooded the screen. It was extremely lively. Han Xiao took out a bunch of snacks, leaned back on the chair, and watched while eating. He was very satisfied. The two sides are Long Sky and Dynasty, Windchime said. They're the champion and runner-up of the 2nd international season, respectively. The two teams met in the semi-finals of the last international season, and Long Sky defeated Dynasty in the end, causing Dynasty to miss the finals. The two sides have long been enemies, and the smell of gunpowder between the fans of the two teams is very strong. As the champions of the last international season, Long Sky wants to get the first win, while Dynasty wants to wash away their previous humiliation. This match will definitely be like Mars crashing into Earth. What do you guys think of this match? I think Long Sky will win, Pork Bun said. Hao Tian is a classic example of someone who gets stronger when facing a strong opponent. I have high hopes for him. There was some luck involved in Long Sky beating Dynasty in the last international season, Li Gus said. I have high hope for Dynasty. After their defeat in the last international season, I believe that they have studied Long Sky's playstyle. The 3 guests chatted for a few minutes, and Long Sky and Dynasty's teams finally entered the arena. They greeted the audience and introduced themselves before the match. The appearance of the heroes who had won glory for China in the last international season caused a huge commotion on the screen. It was so dense that Han Xiao almost could not see the screen. All right, we can see that the two sides have entered the battlefield. Then, the 3rd international season officially begins. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, the battle between the two sides officially began. It was as if lightning had struck the earth. Compared to the previous season, the tactics and destructive power of these pro players had clearly risen to a whole new level, so the designated battlefield area had also increased. Long Sky played with a lot of vigor, but Dynasty was more well-rounded. Their teamwork was almost perfect, and they were superior in terms of teamwork and capture the flag. Long Sky only managed to win 1 round in the group arena. In terms of individual strength, Long Sky, who had Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, and Twinkle Fried Rice, were slightly better than Dynasty. Although King Admiral's individual strength was slightly better than any of his opponents, he could not do it alone. In the first official competition, the 2 new forms of battle, the Team Dungeon Battle and the Dungeon Survival Competition, were revealed for the first time. Han Xiao was no stranger to these 2 forms of battle. However, this was the first time the other players were seeing them, so they found them novel. The dungeons chosen were not fixed. Every match was different. Before the match, A few dungeon options would be given to the players to study. During the official match, one would be randomly chosen from these options, just like the key points of an exam. However, the pro teams naturally would not rush at the last minute. When the competition format was announced a year ago, the pro teams had already increased their dungeon training to familiarize themselves with most of the dungeons in their division. The team dungeon was a normal dungeon that suited their level, while the survival competition was a high-difficulty dungeon that exceeded their level. Coincidentally, the two dungeons that Long Sky and Dynasty picked this time were both related to Han Xiao. The team dungeon was a battle in the Secret War series. Both teams would be in the same dungeon, and the goal of the competition was not to clear it quickly, but to complete some special competitive missions, such as assassinating certain characters or triggering hidden missions. The two teams could kill each other in the dungeon, which tested the overall quality of the teams. The survival competition dungeon was the one where the three Scourge from Dark Star ambushed the Blue Star. Battle campaign. Defense of the Blue Star. This was something that Han Xiao had experienced in the previous version, and it was still a high-difficulty dungeon for the players. The focus of the team dungeon battle was a battle of wits and courage between the two teams, using all the resources in the dungeon to attack their opponents. This type of battle was much more exciting than the basic battles. The focus of the survival competition, on the other hand, was the struggle between life and death. Watching the pro players being tortured in all sorts of ways was extremely interesting for the audience. Vast Sky's style was more reckless. How Tion's strength was not in strategy, so he was not very suited for the scheming of team dungeons. Although Sleepy Winter was a sly old fox, he was no match for Dynasty's steady style. He was toyed with by King Generals the entire time and was beaten into a pulp. Finally, it was the survival competition. The dungeon recreated the battlefield from before, and the two teams were facing 3 Dark Star Calamity grade supers, including Ashes. The threat level was basically killing them on sight. Luckily, Black Star's dungeon projection followed the original timeline and kept Ashes and the other two busy. Long Sky and Dynasty appeared outside of the sanctuary without the protection of the protective shield. They had to bear the aftermath of the battle between the 3 Calamity-grade supers and the bombardment of the Dark Star battleships. The survival competition allowed the two teams to trip each other up, but neither side had the time to care about the other. They hurriedly covered their heads and ran away, forming a stark contrast with the image they had in the team dungeon battle. The huge contrast made the audience very happy, and the live stream channel was filled with joy. Not long after, the two teams died one after another. Long Sky, who was more headstrong, died earlier. Long Sky was not good at hiding, and they were turned into dust by Ashes with a snap of his fingers. The first victory of the opening battle was taken by Dynasty, directly shattering Long Sky's halo of being the world champion. Han Xiao had to admit that King Admiral was indeed amazing. He was the representative of the Chinese pro players, and he had always liked this godlike player. After exiting the live stream, there were already many posts discussing the opening battle on the forums. There were also fans of the two clubs criticizing each other. Han Xiao casually glanced at them before closing the forums. He put down the snacks in his hands, and a reminiscing look appeared on his face. Han Xiao remembered that in the 3rd season of the Pro League in his previous life, China had faced the Devil competition schedule, and their final results were not satisfactory. It seemed like they did not even make it into the top 4. In his previous life, there was no Black Star Corps, and the overall strength of the Shattered Star Ring was weaker. The situation is different now. China has already won the championship once, and it's also in the version where the mechanic class is rising. The chances of defending the championship are not small. At this time, the communicator on the table rang. Han Xiao curled his finger and grabbed the communicator. He looked at the caller ID. It was someone from the Red Empire, an official in charge of the Evolutionary Totem Project. Your Excellency Black Star, sorry to disturb you. The other party's attitude was very respectful. Is there a problem with the business? Han Xiao raised his brows. As you know, recently, some gangs have been snatching the evolutionary totems purchased by the cooperating civilizations. Some of these stolen evolutionary totems are circulating on the black market, and some have been taken away by secret employers. According to our investigation, we believe that the Blood Gold Organization is one of the suspects. Blood Gold Organization. Han Shao thought for a while and remembered. This was a member of the lawful evil faction, and together with other large gray organizations, they controlled the galactic black market. It was also a gray faction that players could join in the black market in his previous life. Those who joined were usually wanted players who liked to cause trouble. The Blood Gold Organization is not the fallen Arkansas. They at least follow some rules. As long as you warn the Blood Gold Organization in the name of the dynasty, they should be more restrained. Han Shao stroked his chin. This is where the problem lies. The official's tone sank. According to reliable information, our intelligence personnel have detected the radiation of the evolutionary totem on some planets owned by the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church. They are very likely to be buyers, and the Blood Gold Organization might have obtained their support. Is that so? This is within our expectations. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. The Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church were unable to obtain the evolutionary totem through normal channels, so they would not give up on this special device and would undoubtedly look for other channels. The Blood Gold Organization was also a large organization with a large business. Originally, they might not have had any thoughts about the evolutionary totem, but when the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church came looking for them, even if they knew that this would offend the Red Empire, they could only be chess pieces. The Blood Gold Organization might even see this as an opportunity to hug the thighs of the two universal civilizations. In the explored universe, the three universal civilizations were the biggest backers, and no organization could surpass them. It was not surprising that the Blood Gold Organization would be tempted by the olive branch of the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church. Then, you guys plan to make an example out of the Blood Gold Organization? Han Shao asked. That's right. We hope to give the Blood Gold Organization a substantial warning, and we need your help to gather some information. Got it. Han Shao nodded. Both parties exchanged information before ending the call. At the same time, a new mission popped up on the interface. Extortion Mission Introduction. The Blood Gold Organization's whereabouts are unknown, and they have interfered with the Red Empire's important businesses time and time again. The dynasty has decided to use actual actions to warn them. Mission requirements. Provide the dynasty with the whereabouts of 3 upper echelons of the Blood Gold Organization. Reward: 15 million experience, plus 1,000 dynasty contribution points. X1 random reward tracking the upper echelons of the Blood Gold Organization. It seems like the dynasty is planning to start from the upper echelons. No wonder they asked for my help. This is the strength of a virtual mechanic. Playing with the communicator, Han Shao pondered for a while before contacting Sylvia. Sylvia, is there any news from the Rock Sprite? They have already decided to purchase a new batch of evolutionary totems in the near future. Han Shao knocked on the table. Help me tell them that to prevent similar incidents from happening again, I have decided to send a mechanical army to follow their fleet and provide a free escort service. Understood. I'll let them know. Han Shao nodded and hung up the call. He then entered the quantum network and called out Philip. Hack into a black market account with a high credit rating and anonymously hire the Blood Gold Organization. Get them to rob this batch of goods. The simplest and most effective way to deal with such mercenaries was to bait them. In the following days, Han Shao waited for the fish to take the bait. At the same time, the division regular season was also in full swing. After the cycle of battles, the top 8 teams and the top 16 of the individual competition were finally decided. They had entered the regional finals. The team with the highest points in the regular season was Dynasty, and the team with the highest points in the singles was King Admiral. Dynasty had obtained first place in both categories and displayed their strength, qualifying for the International All-Star competition with an absolute advantage. Temple of God and Thunderstorm were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, while Long Sky was ranked 4th. This result was a little disappointing for the previous world champion. Next was Fried Eggplants with Fish, and Rivervale was ranked 6th. Seventh was a new club team that had unexpectedly entered the division finals, and they were called Long River. Eighth was Heavenly Palace. These 8 teams were the top 8 teams in the division, and they would compete in the division finals in a best-of-5 elimination round. The top 4 teams in the division finals would qualify for the international competition. In the singles, Maple Moon had entered the top 16 and qualified for the international competition. Mad Blade had also performed well and entered the top 16. After the end of the regular season, the various teams had a period of time to rest. During this period, the Blood Gold organization had taken the bait that Han Shao had thrown out. Chapter 9:11. At the border of the Sea of Star Spirits, a fleet was sailing. There were more than 40 spaceships, and their outer armor had the symbol of the Rock Elf civilization. These spaceships were specially made by the Rock Elf civilization. They looked like mining spaceships, but they were slightly bulky. The weapons on the ships were mainly light plasma cannons and particle guns. Star system civilizations could only rely on their own spaceship technology to move between star systems. Even with the stargates created by the advanced civilizations, the star system civilizations still needed to create a specific spaceship model to travel between star fields. The fuel and energy technology was a bottleneck, and they were split into close-range spaceships and long-range spaceships. To a star system civilization, long-range spaceships were very precious, and the difficulty of creating them was much higher than close-range spaceships. In order to transport the evolutionary totem back from the Black Star Core, the Rock Elf civilization had sent out a long-range spaceship fleet. The previous fleet had been attacked by the Blood Gold organization and had been completely annihilated. This fleet was the second batch, and they had used the stargates to travel between star fields for a period of time before arriving at the base of the Black Star Core to receive a new batch of totems. After a long journey, this long-range spaceship fleet had finally returned to the Sea of Star Spirits. In the command room of the leading spaceship, the commander of the Rock Elf civilization sternly instructed the crew, "Everyone be alert." The previous long-range spaceship fleet was attacked at the border of the Sea of Star Spirits. "We have already entered the enemy's range of activity. Report to me if there is any abnormal reaction from the radar." "Understood." The crew in the command room responded with a tense expression. Civilizations at the star cluster level and above were used to long-distance voyages, but to the crew of a star system-level civilization, every time they left the territory of their civilization, it represented the unknown and danger. Without the protection of their own civilization's fleet, it was like entering the deep sea from the coast. From a high-safety zone to a low-safety zone, danger lurked everywhere in the deep and dark universe. The law enforcers would not descend from the sky instantly. The various interstellar forces were active in it, and they would never know how many pairs of eyes were watching them from behind the silent wide-area quantum communication channel. The next Stargate is 18 days away from us. We can jump 3 star systems and enter the second ring of the star field. The border is the most dangerous, and as long as we don't encounter any enemies during this period, we will be safe, the commander said. However, the moment he said that, an ear-piercing alarm sounded from the spaceship. His mouth seemed to have been blessed, and spaceship signals appeared in all directions at the same time, breaking into the enemy's encirclement. Again, he leaked our whereabouts. The commander's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. This was too much. They were just trying to take advantage of him. If not for His Excellency Black Star's help, we would have lost everything this time. The attackers had a total of more than 300 spaceships, and they quickly surrounded them, releasing space bubbles that limited their hyperdrive to prevent their prey from escaping. In the main ship of the attackers, a tall crystal creature was floating in front of the huge porthole of the command room. Its appearance was a polygonal crystal. It had no limbs or facial features. Only 2 light blue tentacles formed by psychic power were swaying gently. This crystal creature was the leader of this group of attackers, and his name was Calansta. He was a Calamity-grade psychic and a senior mercenary of the Blood Gold organization. He had once been a trader of a crystal creature civilization and had absorbed a large amount of psychic power from his own race, allowing him to reach the Calamity grade. As such, he was wanted and had joined the Blood Gold organization many years ago, becoming a senior officer. The encirclement quickly took shape, and Calansta used his psychic power to create sound waves in the air, controlling the frequency to speak. Release the magnetic pulse radiation wave to eliminate the enemy's shield. The vanguard troops will approach the enemy and engage in boarding combat. Do not destroy the goods with long-range bombardment. Our goal is to snatch the intact evolutionary totems. The Blood Gold organization had been keeping an eye on the evolutionary totems that had appeared on the black market. Not long ago, an anonymous black market account with high credibility had posted a mission to snatch the evolutionary totems, revealing the whereabouts of the Rock Sprite troops. The Blood Gold organization had immediately accepted the mission. It was not that they were interested in the reward, but that they wanted to stockpile the evolutionary totems and hand them over to other civilizations that needed them. Not only would they be able to obtain more rewards, but they would also be able to obtain the support of their backers. Han Shao had obtained a huge amount of political support through the use of the evolutionary totems, and the Blood Gold organization and other organizations that were secretly plundering the evolutionary totems wanted to obtain a share of this influence. Completing the mission was not important, and the main goal was to stockpile the totems. However, the Blood Gold organization did not intend to go against the terms of the mission, and they did not need to hand over all the totems to the employer. As long as they used the excuse that the totems were damaged in battle as an excuse, they would be able to decide how much to hand over, and the rest could be taken for themselves. This was a common practice for the Blood Gold organization. Because of the plundering incidents in the past few months, the civilizations that had purchased the totems had paid attention to keeping a secret. Thus, the information on the totems circulating on the black market was extremely rare, and there were not many transport troops that had been locked onto. The main value of this mission was the location of the rock sprites that had been exposed. Because the Blood Gold organization had successfully stolen the rock sprites the previous time, they were rather confident in this intelligence. After finding another large intelligence organization that managed the galactic black market to verify the authenticity of this information, the Blood Gold organization was able to take action with peace of mind and lay an ambush along the route of the transport troops. The size of the Blood Gold organization's fleet was a few times larger than the rock sprites, and it was like a pack of wolves surrounding a flock of sheep. The next moment, a formless pulse of radiation was released from the Blood Gold organization's fleet and enveloped the rock sprites' fleet. The rock sprite's shield flickered as though it was not in good contact, and its defense was greatly reduced. This pulse of radiation was triggered by a strong magnetic field and could interfere with electromagnetic and ion shields. However, it had no effect on psionic shields and dark energy shields. Most galactic civilizations used electromagnetic and ion shields. Both parties quickly closed the distance between them. The Blood Gold organization used the charged cabins with magnetic chains to bite onto the rock sprite spaceships. The charged cabins that hit the enemy spaceships released a traction magnetic field and slowly pulled the two ships together, completing the connection. In Calansta's command room, images of the ships appeared one after another. Report: I have boarded the ship, and I feel good. I'm heading to the control room of the ship and eliminating the resistance along the way. Very good, Calansta said slowly. Speed up the progress. Before he could finish, the images in the command room suddenly turned black, and everyone was stunned. Then, the sound of intense battle could be heard from the communication link, as well as the screams of the ships. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There are other troops on the ship. My armor is not listening to my orders. The sound of battle only lasted for a short while before the communication link became silent. All the ships were annihilated. Everyone in the command room was shocked. They looked at Calansta and waited for his orders. Calansta was also shocked. Just when he was about to speak, the screen in the command room suddenly crackled with electricity. Buzz! The next moment, An illusory human figure made of white noise appeared on the screen, emitting an indifferent mechanical voice. Following the orders of the ruler, I will take over here. Who are you? Formless ghost, the ruler's subordinate. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room noticed that something was amiss. There were flowing marks on the metal walls like snakes slithering in the walls. The crew members quickly moved away from the walls and squeezed together. They stared at the walls in panic. What's going on? Arg. Before he could finish his sentence, the alloy ground under the crowd's feet suddenly changed shape. Without a sound, a cactus-like iron tree grew out of the crowd. Countless metal thorns hung on the bodies, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere in an instant. Rumble. Calansta released his powerful psychic energy and shattered the iron tree. The shattered metal fell to the ground, but was absorbed by the ground like melted liquid. Then, the command room started to change shape. The metal seemed to have turned into flesh and blood, and the entire room seemed to have come alive. Calansta hurriedly used his psychic energy to shatter the porthole and escaped into the universe. Only then did he see what was happening. The entire spaceship began to flow like nanoparticles. The metal was like plasticine that had been kneaded, greatly deforming and becoming unrecognizable. The few spaceships not far away also had the same phenomenon. Calansta was shocked. Formless Ghost, one of the apostle weapons. It was an infectious nanomachine virus that could split like a spore. It could live in metal and machinery and control them. At the same time, it could transform metal into nanoparticles and make them a part of its body. At the same time, a black tide spread out from the rock sprite fleet. With the support of the mechanical force of the quantum infinite distance transmission channel, these mechanical soldiers destroyed the spaceships of the Blood Gold organization one after another. Seeing the insignia of the Black Star Corps on the mechanical soldiers, Calansta immediately understood and was shocked. Black Star? Realizing the identity of the enemy, Calansta fell into despair and lost the motivation to resist. Formless Ghost led a long-range mechanical army to escort the Rock Sprite fleet. With Han Zhao's current strength, even without Lord's Descent, 100,000 long-range mechanical army was more than enough to deal with a few hundred Blood Gold organization spaceships. The battle ended without any suspense, and all the enemies became captives. Calansta had nowhere to run. Even if he was a Calamity grade, he had no way of fighting back in front of the mechanical army. He was quickly subdued and put on a device to suppress his psychic energy. Without his psychokinesis, with his body structure, he would need someone to help him turn over. After the battle ended, Han Zhao's consciousness arrived in an intact Blood Gold organization spaceship through the quantum network channel. He shook his head and laughed. These fellows took the bait. Lord, I did not disappoint you. The ground of the command room changed shape, and metal condensed into the shape of a human kneeling on one knee. It was Formless Ghost. His main body was made of nanoparticles, and his appearance was ever-changing. You've worked hard, Han Zhao encouraged. Let me do the rest. He blinked his eyes, and his consciousness followed the quantum network link of the spaceship, infiltrating the internal database of the Blood Gold organization. He quickly traversed through the quantum network, jumping from one quantum network server to another. Physical distance was meaningless in front of him. With a beyond grade of virtual mechanic personally taking action, the artificial firewall of the Blood Gold organization was practically non-existent. In Han Zhao's eyes, there were loopholes everywhere. Not long after, Han Zhao, who was far away in the Black Star Corps headquarters, opened his eyes. The dazzling mechanical force in his eyes calmed down, and he smiled. Found them. Lord, what about the remaining captives? Formless Ghost asked. None of them are good. Kill them all. Oh, right, except for that crystal creature. Bring it back for me. I'll see if I can squeeze its juice or crystal powder. Han Zhao casually replied. He then exited the quantum network, picked out the whereabouts of 3 Blood Gold organization upper echelons, and sent them to the Red Empire official in charge of the totem matters. The whereabouts of the upper echelons of the Blood Gold organization were rather mysterious. However, as long as they were locked onto, it would be very difficult to shake them off. If the players were to complete this mission, the steps would be very complicated, and they would need to look for clues everywhere. However, it was very simple for him. He only needed to grab onto a thread, and he would be able to extract all the information. After handing over the information, the interface immediately showed a notification that the mission was completed. Not long after, the dynasty's contact gave a reply. "Thank you for your information, Your Excellency Blackstar. Small matter. How do you plan to deal with these 3 upper echelons?" "Ha! Your Excellency Blackstar, you're asking the obvious." "That's true. Using such a method to obtain their whereabouts doesn't seem like a good way to communicate." Han Shao rolled his eyes. "How about this? Let me deal with one of them. We're on the same side. Since you're interested, the dynasty doesn't mind." "All right, that's it." After ending the call, Han Shao sent the information to Lodhair. Lodhair had joined the army a year and a half ago and had nothing to do most of the time. After all, the army did not have any assassination jobs for him. This was a good opportunity. Han Shao planned to let Lodhair test his skills so that he would not become rusty. Furthermore, after a year and a half of observation and guidance, he felt that Lodhair was capable of establishing an assassin association on his own. He could trust him. This plan could be put on the agenda. "I'll set off immediately." Lodhair's reply was concise and comprehensive. He did not care about the reason for the assassination. After a year and a half, he trusted Han Shao quite a bit, and his impression of the army was getting better and better. Chapter 9:12. While Han Shao told Lodhair to act in secret, the division finals were held as scheduled. After a series of intense battles, the top 8 of the Shattered Star Ring division were determined. Dynasty had won the division championship for the 3rd time in a row. Among the 4 biggest guilds, Dynasty had always been ranked first. They were extremely strong in both internal and external battles, and they had no obvious weaknesses. Meanwhile, the runner-up for the regional competition was Temple of God. Although Temple of God's fans were quite satisfied, the passers-by could not help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. The image of Temple of God as a weakling was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If Temple of God entered the international competition, wouldn't that mean that China would have one less team in the international competition? The runner-up was Long Sky. While their performance in the division championship was not good, at least they had entered the international competition and had a chance to show their strength. The 4th was Rivervale. Madblade, Evil Sword, and Maple Moon were the core of the team, and their competitiveness was no less than that of the top teams. With the top 4 of the division championship determined, these 4 teams could enter the international competition. Among the 4 biggest guilds, Fried Eggplants with Fish missed the spot in the international competition once again. It was rumored that the boss of the Fried Eggplants with Fish felt that the name was not good and wanted to change the name of the team. He asked for suggestions on social media, and the crazy netizens all gave suggestions. They all said things like spicy chicken and boiled fish, and spicy pork, and duck blood and spicy pot. Not to mention the fans of Fried Eggplants with Fish. Most of the players were cheering for the team that would represent China to enter the top 4 of the division championship. This version had a lot of advantages. The rise of the mechanic class, the huge events in the Shattered Star Ring greatly increased the benefits of the Black Star Corps. The Chinese team had a lot of confidence after winning the championship in the previous division championship, and the God-level players in the club were also at their peak. Therefore, the majority of the players had high hopes for the Chinese team, looking forward to seeing them shine on the international stage and achieve better results. In the singles, Maple Moon entered the top 8. This time, there were 4 mechanics in the top 8 of the division championship, taking up half of the spots. The mechanic class had changed from the previous 2 versions. The other 8 competition zones had also been decided. The dominance of each country's strong teams was as usual, and the majority of them were regulars of the international competition. For example, America's Devil, Key, and Thunder Python, France's Tulip and Grapes, England's Rose Knight, Japan's Yamada and Ronin, Korea's kimchi and three-star bomb, Sweden's tomahawk and Poland's wings, Russia's White Emperor's sacred sword, and Australia's kangaroo boxing. Many of them were familiar faces from the previous international competition. The names of the teams in the division championship this time made the Chinese players excited. Almost all of the strongest foreign teams were drawn into Group A, forming a devil group. On the Chinese side, only Temple of God was selected. Because the regular season was based on points, if there were too many strong teams in the same group, it would not be beneficial to widen the difference in points. This meant that many strong foreign teams with the ability to enter the division championship might not be able to enter the division championship. Long Sky and Dynasty were both in Group B. This group was average, and only Hydra from Japan, Rose Knight from England, and Tomahawk from Sweden were competitive. These two top Chinese teams were the favorites to win the championship, and the chances of them entering the division championship at the same time were very high. Rivervale was in Group C. This group was the weakest, and the competition was far less intense than Group A and Group B. The situation of the random groups, this time, was completely different from the previous division championship. However, this grouping was more beneficial to China than the previous division championship, and it was very likely that 3 teams would enter the top 8 of the division championship again. The Chinese players could not help but be overjoyed. They were just short of setting off firecrackers in the Shattered Star Ring to celebrate. As for the unlucky Temple of God, the Chinese players were not affected at all and even laughed out loud. You from Hunan sacrificed the Temple of God and obtained 3 spots in the top 8. Li Gu removed the weakest team and raised the average strength of China. Hilarious. Toeful under the moon. This is Tianji's horse race shock. Senior member of the Office of Strategic Deception. Haha. God bless China. This division championship is in the bag. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, the short break period for the division championship ended, and the opening battle of the International League officially began. Tens of millions of players in the various divisions were watching their own channels on the forums, and the forums were as lively as a festival. The opening battle of the International League was the battle between the champion and runner-up of the previous division championship, Long Sky versus Devil. Long Sky's fans and passers-by were a little worried about this match. Long Sky's performance in the division championship was not satisfactory, and they might suffer an opening defeat against the runner-up of the previous division championship. Losing one match was actually nothing, but it would be a huge blow to their morale. Both parties used dungeon crystals to enter the arena. Long Sky's side had an armor with the Black Star Corps logo on it, and they all had different functions. This allowed the Black Star Corps logo to be displayed in front of the global audience, which was like a free advertisement. On the other hand, while Devil's equipment was also very strong, their uniforms were not as uniform as Long Sky's. In comparison, Long Sky's team looked more like a proper army. Now, the Black Star Corps' fame was no longer limited to the Shattered Star Ring. The players in the other divisions all knew that the Black Star Corps was the largest player faction in the Shattered Star Ring. It was a complete monopoly, and it was also the first faction to provide services across starfields. In the hearts of the players, the Shattered Star Ring was like the territory of the Black Star Corps. Usually, only universal civilizations and supercluster civilizations would be able to label an entire star field as a faction. The Black Star Corps' true strength was far from these two, but their fame among the players was not much lower than that of the universal civilizations. In the opening match of the international season, Long Sky swept away their decline in the division tournament and finally bare their fangs. They fought back and forth with the Devil teams, competing fiercely with each other. In this regard, Long Sky was the complete opposite of Temple of God. Their internal battles were ordinary, but their external battles were fierce. Perhaps it was because the foreign teams were not used to such a reckless style of fighting and were easily beaten up. In the previous season, Long Sky had won against Devil by a small margin. However, this time, because of the strength of the Mechanic class version and the fact that some of the core players in Devil had jumped ship, the difference in strength between the two parties was huge. Long Sky managed to win the opening match of the international season without any mishaps. The morale of the Chinese players was greatly boosted, and the screen was filled with the words "Big Senior Brother is back." The international regular season that many players were looking forward to officially began. The teams fought fiercely, and the rankings changed every day. It was only after the first half of the competition that the rankings became more stable. Because there were many strong teams in Group A, it was very difficult to win a one-sided battle, and the efficiency of obtaining points was not high. As a result, the rankings of many strong teams did not match their true strength. For example, Devil Key, Tulips, White Emperor Holy Sword, and so on, none of them made it into the top 4. Dynasty and Long Sky were like fish in water in Group B, taking first and fourth place respectively. Rivervale, on the other hand, was crazily gaining points in Group C, reaching second place. Among the top 4, only the third place was Team Kimchi from Korea, who was also a member of Group C's team. To the Chinese teams, the situation was extremely good. As for Temple of God, who was being tortured in Group A, they were completely ignored by the players. The huge advantage that the Chinese teams had was not only because of the groups, but also because there were 2 types of dungeon competitions in this competition. These competitions were the most suitable stage for the mechanic class to perform. Dynasty, Long Sky, and Rivervale performed extremely well in these competitions, and their VE strength was much higher than the average level of the other teams, so they ate a lot of points. Another reason was that the dungeon competitions in the international regular season would not choose the dungeons of the same region. This was to ensure that there was no difference in information between the teams. In other words, the Chinese teams would not have to experience the insane dungeons of the Black Star Corps in the international regular season dungeon survival battles. As for the foreign players, they fully experienced the suffering of the players in the Shattered Star Ring. The difficulty of the dungeons that Han Xiao released was completely different from the difficulty of the dungeons in the other regions. Looking at all the regions, the Shattered Star Ring was the only place that had a beyond grade A dungeon. Under Han Xiao's torture, the Chinese professional players were already used to being tortured. Their mentality was stable, and they only felt relaxed when they ran to the high-level dungeons in the other regions. Even if their faces were blown up, they would still feel as comfortable as if they were on a field trip. On the other hand, the teams in the other regions were tortured to the point that they wanted to vomit from the Black Star Corps dungeons. Their mentality was shattered, and their worldview was impacted. Killing on sight was a basic operation, and there was even killing on the spot. However long the cutscene was, the longer they could live. This was a dungeon for people to play. Why was the difficulty so insane? As long as they drew the Black Star Corps dungeon, the fans of the foreign teams in the other channels would cry out that they were dying too quickly. There was no viewing experience at all. In the second half of the international regular season, perhaps because the points difference was too large, the teams of the other countries were convinced, and the Chinese teams were not targeted by the other countries like in the previous season. Dynasty, Long Sky, and Rivervale fought steadily and steadily. Their results rose and fell, but they all maintained their positions in the top 8. Their positions were stable, and it was impossible for them to fall. After the last match of the international regular season ended, the rankings were finally confirmed. Rivervale went against the trend and took first place. The top 8 were Kimchi, Dynasty, Hydra, Long Sky, Devil Key, and Tomahawk. There were a total of 3 Chinese teams that entered the top 8, reproducing the glory of the previous season. Their history was shockingly similar, and the ones who made it this time were still the same 3 old friends. Dynasty and Long Sky were both old powerhouses, and Rivervale was a new club team. They made it into the top 8 consecutively, and their position in the players' hearts was becoming more and more stable. They had the potential to become a super first-tier powerhouse. Temple of God did not have the chance to make it to the finals, but no one felt pity for them. The audience's eyes were always on the winners. What made the Chinese audience excited was that the matchups in this season's finals were far better than the previous season. In the second season, due to the rankings and the drawing of lots, The three Chinese teams had two internal wars. Dynasty and Rivervale were both eliminated by their own people. This time, they were grouped according to their points. First place Rivervale would go up against 8th place Tomahawk. Third place Dynasty would go up against Devil, and 5th place Long Sky would go up against Hydra. The matchups avoided all the internal wars. This matchup made the Chinese audience ecstatic. Compared to the bad luck of the previous season, it was as if they were really favored by the goddess of luck this season. After the international regular season, the organizers promoted the finals on the forums and set the date of the finals. Lodehair was sent by Han Xiao to assassinate the target in another star field. Sometime after the international regular season ended, Han Xiao received a reply from Lodehair, and it was as concise as ever. The target has been eliminated. There is a picture of the victim in the message, and the matter was done cleanly. Han Xiao only provided the intel. Lodehair did not need any help and was extremely capable. He gave Han Xiao a very reliable feeling. Red Empire also got rid of two upper echelons of the Blood Gold organization. The deaths of these three upper echelons were a huge shock to all the upper echelons of the Blood Gold organization. Chapter 9:13. In a secret meeting room in a certain base of the Blood Gold organization, the remote projections of more than 10 upper echelons of the organization came online one after another. There was a bearded space human who looked like a pirate with a black eye patch covering his right eye, a dark-skinned Ander Beeman with 3 pairs of yellow crystal eyes, and a void hunter with a purplish-blue streamlined carapace. None of the people present were ordinary people, and they had all done evil deeds in different regions. Most of them had high bounties from different civilizations, and their combat strength was not ordinary among the Calamity-grade supers. Now that they were working for the Blood Gold organization, they controlled different teams and rarely took action personally. They were basically in a semi-retired state. I'm sure everyone knows about our recent situation. The Red Empire and the Black Star Corps have taken measures against us, and Morrow, Van Zessner, and Indier were assassinated. The leader of the Blood Gold organization crossed his hands and supported his nose. His posture was very classic, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. The current leader of the Blood Gold organization was a male humanoid creature from the Radiant Federation. He was an elite race that had undergone genetic modification. He had a strong appearance and was in his prime. Unlike the upper echelons present, his background was very clean. He was not a fugitive, but an elite nurtured by the previous leader of the Blood Gold organization. After the old man died of old age, he took over the position of leader, and had been more than 30 years since then. The Blood Gold organization had been around for a long time, and the current leader was the 12th generation leader. The galactic black market had existed for longer than some star system or star cluster civilizations, and the managers had changed time and time again. The Blood Gold organization had only passed the test of the other managers 200 years ago and obtained the position of manager of the galactic black market. Poor Morrow. I still owe him 7,230,050 anus. He was really a good person, even dying at the right time. An upper echelon that looked like an octopus rubbed his eyes with his tentacles and squeezed out some tears. Now is not the time to joke around. The Red Empire killed the upper echelons of our organization to intimidate us and punish us for stealing their allies' goods. They want us to back off and give up on the evolutionary totem. The problem is, how did the upper echelons leak the information? The pitch-black Ander Beeman had a shrill voice and spoke slowly. A while ago, Calansta's team encountered Black Star's mechanical army. The Blood Gold leader said with a deep voice. It should be Black Star who personally took action to locate the upper echelons. Usually, we're the only ones threatening others, but this time, we've been targeted by a higher-level force. The Red Empire and Black Star Corps are not to be trifled with. We need to think of a countermeasure. The Black Star Corps is far away in the Shattered Star Ring, so their threat to us is limited. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps is only slightly more powerful in the Shattered Star Ring. They do not have much influence in the other star fields, and their scale is far from ours. Only Black Star is not easy to deal with. Let's not bother about them for now. The Red Empire is the one we need to pay attention to, the pirate with a big beard said. I think so too. The Blood Gold leader nodded. The Blood Gold organization's business spanned across 3 star fields, and their scale was much larger than the Black Star Corps. In their eyes, the Black Star Corps was nothing to be afraid of, and the only one they needed to be wary of was Black Star. In comparison, the strict attitude of the Red Empire was the reason why the Blood Gold organization was so cautious. Radiance and Ethereal have found us. If we continue to snatch the evolutionary totem, the Red Empire will retaliate further. If we stop, Radiance and Ethereal will abandon us, the Blood Gold leader said slowly. I was against interfering with the evolutionary totem back then. This is a battle between the 3 universal civilizations, and we are just a chess piece. The moment we get involved, we will have no choice. It's better to keep a low profile, one of the upper echelons grumbled. Tisk, Radiance and Ethereal have found us. Do you think they will give us the chance to reject them? If we hug their thighs, we will at least have some hope. If we reject their olive branch, we will lose everything we have now. Manager of the Galactic Black Market, don't even think about it. We will slowly shrink into a black market mercenary organization and be destroyed one day. When they come looking for us, we will no longer be able to stay out of it. The Blood Gold leader's tone was cold. The Galactic Black Market was a huge association of interests, and every manager was the overlord of a different gray industry. Thus, they needed a lot of support and protection. Among the managers of the black market, the ones who had the most say were actually the organizations in the broker industry. They used various methods to convince different civilizations and provide protection for other managers. Their relationships were complex and complicated. If the Blood Gold organization incurred the displeasure of Radiance and Ethereal, the consequences would not be limited to just one organization. If the businesses of the other managers of the black market were affected, they might even work together to kick the Blood Gold organization out of the upper echelons and no longer provide protection and support. Since they had chosen you, how could you, a gray organization that was not protected by the galactic laws, not get involved and remain neutral? How could there be such a good thing? The universal civilizations are as domineering as ever. This is the tragedy of a gray organization without the protection of order. The upper echelons of the Void Hunters could not help but sigh. What should we do? Radiance and Ethereal won't just watch us get assassinated, right? The big bearded man said. Right at this moment, 2 more remote projections appeared in the room. They were wearing the uniforms of Radiance and Ethereal. Regarding this matter, I've already discussed with the people of Radiance and Ethereal. The Blood Gold leader stood up and said, let me introduce them. These 2 are the emissaries of Radiance and Ethereal. Before he could finish, the emissary of the Radiant Federation waved his hands and said, there are no names for you to introduce us. The Radiant Federation already knows the price you have paid and expresses our sympathy. Thus, we in the Arcane Church will provide protection for the upper echelons of the Blood Gold organization and secretly escort you to the abyss of stars and bright silver spiral arm. In our territory, the Red Empire and Black Star Corps will not be able to touch you. You can control the organization remotely and continue to accumulate evolutionary totems. At the same time, we will provide you with a certain amount of resources. The ownership of the 10,000 deity scepter was due to the animosity between Radiance and Ethereal. However, this did not stop them from working together on the issue of the evolutionary totems. After all, the evolutionary totems involved the genetic improvement of billions of people, and the strategic significance was too great. Where there were benefits, there were no eternal enemies. However, it was certain that both parties did not see eye to eye with each other. Hearing this, the upper echelons of the Blood Gold organization heaved a sigh of relief. Only by ensuring their safety could they be at ease as chess pieces. Forgive me for being direct, but I have a question. Right at this moment, the upper echelon of the Enderby race suddenly spoke. Snatching the evolutionary totems purchased by other civilizations is an extremely inefficient method. If we snatch too many of them, we might end up meeting Black Star's guards like the last time. They won't let us keep snatching them, right? The Radiant Federation emissary smiled and nodded. You're right. This is not a long-term plan. Just snatching alone will not be able to satisfy the demand. Do you have any ideas? With the spread of God's inheritance, the method to create the evolutionary totems is no longer a secret. Obviously, the most basic solution is to snatch the evolution cube from Black Star's hands. A cold light flashed through the eyes of this upper echelon of the Blood Gold organization. You're right. Unfortunately, this method will not work for the time being. The emissary of the arcane church coldly interjected. Because of the existence of the evolutionary totems, the strategic significance of the evolution cube has greatly increased. According to the dynasty's emphasis on totems, if we snatch the evolution cube, there will not be any room for negotiation like during the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. The moment we succeed, the war will officially begin. Until the last moment, our three universal civilizations will not start a war and let others benefit. Furthermore, do you think Black Star is easy to deal with? Easy for you to say. If we did not know about the existence of the evolutionary totems in advance, why do you think we would take the initiative and risk offending the dynasty by starting the Battle of Planet Lighthouse? We tried it the last time, and there are still a few beyond grade as sealed in the space-time amber. Why don't you go and find Black Star and give it a try? No. This upper echelon was speechless. He coughed dryly and waved his hands. What a joke. How can an ordinary calamity grade like me deal with someone as important as Black Star? The emissary of the Radiant Federation nodded. He's right. At least at this stage, we have no intention of snatching the evolution cube. This is our last choice. There's still another path, which is to let the dynasty take the initiative to sell the evolution cube. Is that really possible? The Blood Gold organization leader could not help but doubt. Humph. The current situation is like this. Black Star himself actually does not care about selling the evolutionary totems publicly, but due to the dynasty's supervision, he will not take the risk of offending his allies and will not take the initiative to sell them. Thus, we should target the Red Empire and not the Black Star Corps. Only when the Red Empire compromises will we have the chance to obtain the evolutionary totems on a large scale. There are only a few ways to make the Red Empire take a step back. Deterrence by force, exchange of benefits, and pressure together. You guys are very clear about the dynasty style. Deterrence by force is a dream, but exchange of benefits will definitely cost us a lot. If we do not give up our core technology and resources, the dynasty will not agree. Thus, we chose to pressure the dynasty from economic, trade, politics, security, and so on. Your Blood Gold organization is only one part of this plan. In order to develop the flickering world, the Red Empire has invested a lot of resources and energy, so they will be weaker in other aspects. This is the best opportunity to maximize the effect of pressure while also attacking the dynasty's target. Step by step, we will force the dynasty to make a choice. One of the upper echelons trembled. Is it really okay to tell us such a secret? There's nothing to hide. This is an open scheme. When the dynasty chose not to publicize the evolutionary totems, they already knew that this day would come. Furthermore, you guys are now our partners, so it's fine to tell you. The Radiant Federation emissary did not mind. The Blood Gold organization leader frowned. What if the pressure is not successful? The Radiant Federation emissary glanced at him and sneered. If the dynasty does not compromise, we can only consider starting from a source. Sea of Star Spirits, Limitless Financial Group Headquarters, private meeting room of the financial group's leader. 4 figures sat around a table. There were 4 cups on the table, each filled with a refreshing light green plant drink. The steam was curling up and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. I heard that the upper echelons of the Blood Gold organization were assassinated some time ago. Your Radiant Federation and Arcane Church won't ignore them, right? Sorokin held the cup with both hands and took a sip. He then sized up the other 3 people at the table. All of them were beyond grade as who could make the various organizations tremble with a stomp of their feet. One was the Mecha Empire Manison. Another was the doppelganger of the peak beyond grade A ally of the Arcane Church. And the last was one of the protectors of the galactic black market, Beast Ancestor Garutin. These 3 people had the same identity. They were all shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group. I don't care about such small matters. Manison's tone did not fluctuate. Garutin had a huge body, and he used his hairy fingers to pick up the cup. He then poured the drink into his mouth and smacked his lips. I just received news that the Blood Gold organization has contacted the Radiant's ethereal emissary and reached an agreement. With the scale of the galactic black market, there would naturally be beyond grade as supporting it. Some of the managers of the galactic black market were beyond grade A organizations themselves. The galactic black market was an alliance of interests of the lawful evil faction and did not belong to anyone. There were many beyond grade as protecting them, and Garutin was one of them. His nature was similar to that of a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group. Hearing this, Sorokin narrowed his eyes. If I'm not wrong, the organizations behind the 3 of you are planning to work together because of the evolutionary totem? You can say that. Kasui's voice was ethereal and strange. We also came to find you for this matter. You can treat us as emissaries. Sorokin played with the cup and said calmly, "To be honest, I don't really want to interfere in this matter. You're not interested in the evolutionary totem?" Garutin's voice was like thunder. "No, I don't think any organization in the entire universe is not interested in the evolutionary totem." Sorokin was expressionless. However, according to my understanding of the Black Star Corps, the risk of interfering will outweigh the benefits. I don't like to make a loss. Manison nodded. I understand. Not only do you have business with Radiance Ethereal, but you also have business with the Dynasty. You don't want to offend any party. Your Limitless Financial Group is different from the Gray organizations. You're a legal business organization protected by the law and have the capital to remain neutral. That's right. Sorokin shrugged. Haha, don't worry. We won't let you do anything overboard. Manison's mechanical body laughed, but there was no hint of a smile in his electronic voice. Oh, is there anything I can do to help? We hope that the Limitless Financial Group will step forward and invest in the Shattered Star Ring, using legitimate business competition to squeeze the Black Star Corps' market and position. With the Limitless Financial Group's financial strength, this is a small matter. If you don't do anything to the evolutionary totem, the Dynasty won't interfere with your normal business activities. Sorokin raised his brows. Why do you want me to do this? This is part of the pressure on the Red Empire. The Black Star Corps' opinion will affect the Dynasty's attitude toward the evolutionary totem to a certain extent. Furthermore, with such a huge business, we have to let Black Star know that he won't be able to handle it alone. Of course, other than these business reasons, I also have a conflict of interest with him, Manison said calmly. Sorokin smiled. So, Your Excellency, the Mecha Empire has a conflict with Black Star. To be honest, Black Star and I, we also have some personal grudges. So you've agreed? Of course, the opinions of the 3 shareholders have to be taken seriously. However, the business of the Black Star Corps is not so easy to snatch. Sorokin's expression turned serious. I've done some research on the Black Star Corps. Their development is rapid, and they are involved in dozens of industries. Their core businesses are in 4 major areas, which are military employment, resource extraction through cooperation with local civilizations, development of the flickering world, and the sale of the evolutionary totem. Forgive me for being blunt, but the latter 3 are all unique businesses that outsiders will find difficult to interfere with. Their core businesses are very difficult to deal with, so our Limitless Financial Group can only start from other areas. Thankfully, the Black Star Corps has only been established for 20 years, and their foundation is not very stable. However, this still requires a very high cost. So, in the end, what benefits do I get by doing this? Hearing this, Manison moved his finger, and a virtual screen appeared on the table. On the screen was a long list. resource support, political capital, deeper cooperation projects, more open industries. The specifics are all on the list. The risk you need to take is, at most, the Red Empire reducing the cooperation projects with you. However, this is the Galactic Era, and it is impossible for the Red Empire to completely stop all normal business cooperation with you. What you will get is a deeper business relationship with two universal civilizations. You believe in benefits and risks, and we believe that you will be able to make the right choice. We can give you a month to consider and give us your answer. It won't take that long. I can give you the answer now. Sorokin smiled. Sounds like a good business deal. There seems to be a bug in the server. I was stuck for a while before sending the message. Chapter 914. Shattered Star Ring, Black Star Corps Headquarters, Second Satellite, Number 001 Dome Training Ground. This was a training ground that was much larger than the actual combat training room and could support a larger scale battle. It was built with high-strength alloy and could withstand even stronger attacks. The structure was similar to a circular stadium, and a gigantic circular mechanical dome covered the entire battlefield. The dome used a nano-mimicry screen that could simulate the environment of the battlefield. There were transportation channels at the bottom of the training ground that were connected to the warehouse of the training mechanical soldiers. Han Shao sat on the high platform of the dome training ground and stared down with all his attention. Lagi, Fiden, Reynold, and the others were beside him, either sitting or standing, looking down at the battlefield. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place in this dome training ground. There were a few openings on the ground, and a steady stream of training mechanical soldiers crawled out. There were rangers, mechanical beasts, hovering cannons, and small hovering shield shuttles. They all had different functions, and they charged at the two figures in the middle of the battlefield. The standard of this battle was Grade D, and they were all low-grade mechanical soldiers. They used gunpowder and electromagnetic weapons, and the small-caliber cannons fired continuously. The armor-piercing, high-explosive bullets blasted the alloy ground of the training ground, creating a series of loud bangs. Some of the mechanical soldiers were equipped with electromagnetic weapons, and they shot out tracers at high speed. The tracers were like light blue arcs of light, creating sparks on the ground and walls. The two figures in the middle of the battlefield were a mechanical suit warrior covered in heavy black mechanical armor, and a mage covered in a runic magic shield. They were Nero and Tomar. After learning from Reynold for a few years, Nero's mechanical force had reached Grade D, and apart from learning theory and assembly, Reynold had also arranged for him to undergo practical training. Nero was still young, and his body was still in its infancy stage. However, because he had consumed the blood of the astral spirit dragon and the life energy that Aurora had given him, his cells were extremely active, and his physique was not any weaker than an adult of the same grade. The strength of his mechanical force was also far above the average of his grade. After 2 years of intensive learning, his intermediate mechanical sense had evolved into advanced mechanical sense under the effect of advanced luck glow. During the training, they were not allowed to use the weapons that Han Shao had given them. Nero's armor and the turrets under his feet were all built by himself, and they were extremely powerful with the enhancement of his mechanical force. One by one, the mechanical soldiers were blasted into pieces by his cannon fire. The reason why Han Shao had come over was to test Nero's learning and see how this golden leak was growing. Tomar was also a main character who possessed the luck aura. He had extraordinary talent in magic. Ordinary mages would take 7 days to understand a spell model, but he was able to learn it in less than a day. His learning efficiency was astonishing. After learning from Lagi for so long, Tomar's growth was rapid. He was also a talent that Han Shao had high hopes for. Rumble. In the field, the sound of gunfire was deafening. In the stands, Han Shao touched his chin and said to Reynold, who was beside him, "His mechanical ability is not bad, but his close combat skills are not that great. As soon as the mechanical beasts get close to him, he will be flustered. He still lacks experience. This is my negligence. I have been focusing on mechanical learning and neglected his close combat skills. In the future, I will increase his close combat skills, Reynolds said with a serious tone. Increase the intensity, Han Xiao said with a heavy tone. His mechanical learning cannot fall behind either. Understood. Upon hearing this, Bennett's remote projection revealed a gratified smile. Fu Ding could not stand it anymore and said helplessly, "The weakness of a mechanic has always been close combat. Black Star, not every mechanic is like you. Don't have such high expectations." Han Xiao laughed and said, "As a person, one must have dreams. There's nothing wrong with having high expectations." He was extremely happy in his heart. Nero's mechanical sense talent had already reached the advanced level, and perfect mechanical sense was just around the corner. Tomar's improvement is also great, Han Xiao added after thinking for a while and patted Logi's shoulder. "You taught him well, but what's the use of that?" One day he stopped talking. Han Xiao's face darkened, and he covered Logi's mouth with his hand. Not long later, Nero's ammunition ran out, and Tomar's magic reached zero. The mechanical soldiers stopped at the same time, and the combat training ended. The two of them were drenched in sweat and panted as they returned to the stands. Han Xiao nodded with a smile and praised, "Not bad." Bennett also had a look of relief on his face. "Your Excellency, Black Star has taught you well. In a few more years, I probably won't be your opponent either." Hearing the praise, Nero's face flushed red, and happiness was written all over his face. Upon seeing this, Han Xiao nodded inwardly. He had high hopes for Nero. Not only did he want to obtain perfect mechanical sense, but he also hoped that Nero would become the backbone of the new generation of the army. After a few more words of encouragement, everyone stepped onto the short-range spaceship and returned to the headquarters from the second satellite. After 2 years of digestion, the Black Star Corps had already stabilized, and the Black Star Corps headquarters had added a few small mechanical satellite bases to accommodate more and more army members. As soon as he returned to the headquarters, Sylvia came looking for him. "Teacher, many partners are asking when the Black Star Party will be held this year." Han Xiao raised his brows, thought for a while, and said, "In a few months. We can send out the invitations now." The banquet that the Black Star Corps invited partners of the Evolution Cube to hold had already been held twice, and it was becoming more and more formal. Many organizations were looking forward to this opportunity to build a relationship with a higher civilization and called it the Black Star Party. It formed a competitive relationship with Heber's Tyrant Party. The Evolution Cube did not only bring about money, but it also allowed the Black Star Corps to be involved in many different industries. The Army had a strong brand, and not many people in the star field could compete with the Army. The benefits of the evolutionary totem were like a catalyst, allowing the Black Star Corps to grow like a snowball. After 2 years of digestion, the Black Star Corps' industrial chain had been consolidated, and they already had the attributes of a financial group. Due to the evolutionary totem, the Black Star Corps had more and more partners, and the influence of the Black Star Party had increased tremendously. If the restrictions of the evolutionary totem were lifted, the benefits would multiply many times, but the pressure would also increase. Han Xiao was quite satisfied with the current situation. The pressure of the totem business had basically been transferred to the dynasty, and the army had avoided more than 90% of the risks. "Okay, I'll go draft the invitation immediately. By the way, there's one more thing. There's a non-partner that wishes to participate in this Black Star Party. The Black Star Party only invites partners of the army, and the rest can be rejected. This is a rule that was set long ago. Why are you still asking me? But this organization has a huge background, and it's not easy for me to make the decision. That's why I'm here to ask for your opinion." Han Xiao raised his brows and was a little interested. "Who's the other party?" "The Limitless Financial Group." Hearing this, Han Xiao's movements paused, and his eyes narrowed. His thoughts quickly turned. Sorokin's Limitless Financial Group? The two parties once had a hidden conflict. Sorokin had once sent his subsidiary organization to test the army players, but he was beaten up by Han Xiao. Now more than 2 years had passed, and the other party suddenly wanted to participate in the Black Star Party. Who knew what their motive was? What's their reason? Han Xiao pondered. The Limitless Financial Group wishes to cooperate with the army in terms of business, saying that it's related to the flickering world. They know that after the first phase of the dynasty's development, they will divide the territory for their allies. This time, they want to discuss cooperation. I see, that makes sense. Han Xiao understood. Although the Galactic Financial Group could not be the first to share the flickering world's cake, they would definitely be involved in the subsequent construction. The profits of the new star field were extremely high, so perhaps the Limitless Financial Group wanted to seize this opportunity. However, although this reason was reasonable, because of the previous conflict, Han Xiao was still a little wary of the Limitless Financial Group. He thought about it and said, "If that's the case, then send an invitation. Since that's the case, send them an invitation. Tell them that I wish to use this opportunity to meet Sorokin." A few months later, the Pro League would be over, so Han Xiao was not afraid of the Limitless Financial Group causing any trouble. A face-to-face meeting was also beneficial for knowing the enemy. "Understood. I'll take care of it." Sylvia nodded, turned around, and left the room. Retracting his gaze, Han Xiao poured himself a glass of alcohol and dealt with the backlog of chores while drinking. After a while, he took the time to open the forum. Today was the day of the first round of the international finals. The first round was between the first-ranked Rivervale and the Tomahawk Club. The number of viewers in the competition channel reached a new high. With 3 Chinese teams entering the top 8, the players in the Shattered Star Ring were extremely excited. The way they saw it, if Dynasty, Long Sky, and Rivervale all won the first round, there would be 3 Chinese teams entering the top 4. This was the greatest glory. However, at the same time, a portion of the audience who did not have high hopes for the Chinese teams did not stop. With a rebellious mentality, they could not help but mock the Chinese teams, saying that all 3 teams would probably be defeated in the first round, and none of them would enter the top 4. In the final circle, all the teams would no longer hide their trump cards, and the competition would be even more intense. Han Xiao was also quite curious about what ranking the Chinese teams would obtain this time. Recently, the Divine Beast has woken up. Brothers, please take care of him. The starting point system has been upgraded. All books will only show this chapter for the past 3 days. It will be restored after a while. Remember the mobile version of the website, M916 Advanced Mechanical Sense, a visit from the Limitless Financial Group. Page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 9:15. In the competition channel, Rivervale and Tomahawk both entered the scene of a planet filled with plants. The trees were so tall that they covered the sky. Only a little bit of sunlight shone through the dense canopy. The light was cut by the swaying branches, leaving light spots on the ground. The 2 teams appeared in different positions in the forest. The audience could switch between the views of different teams and players. The bullet screen was very dense, and most of them were cheering for Rivervale. Go Rivervale, beat Tomahawk. First place against 8th place. Isn't that a casual fight? Go Miss Maple Moon. The finals had 5 rounds, and each round had to be fought 5 times. There were 5 different types of battles. The first round was the team battle, followed by the arena, capture the flag, dungeon competition, and dungeon generation. Different victory points were given according to the results of the battle. Finally, the winner of the round would be decided based on the number of victory points. The 1-minute countdown slowly reached the end. As the number reached 0, the first round of the finals officially began. The 2 teams on the screen immediately moved. Maple Moon threw out a compressed orb, which turned into a steeple-shaped base station that was half the height of a person. It was used to cover their tracks and mislead detection. At the bottom of the base station, there was a bright black Star Core logo. Army product, excellent performance, guaranteed quality. On the other side, Tomahawk also covered their tracks, but they used a magic tool. The leader of Tomahawk, Captain Viking, took out a black scroll from his magic pouch. It was covered with dazzling golden magic runes. He tore the scroll with both hands, and a white gas with a high concentration of magic flowed out and covered the entire Tomahawk team. Everyone's body became translucent. Han Xiao was also looking at the forums. When he saw the special runes on the scroll, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Oh, this is a supreme magic scroll? The material of this magic scroll was very rare. It could contain more powerful spells, and it had to be made by hand. Han Xiao had seen Lagi make one before, and it was at least master-level spells. It was very expensive. Tomahawk was obviously very rich to use a concealment spell on it. In the final circle, all the teams have revealed their trump cards. Han Xiao was interested. After reaching the international finals, all the squadrons would no longer hold anything back. All of them would go all out and reveal all of their trump cards. This kind of situation would add a lot of variables, and the strength of the squadrons would fluctuate tremendously. It will be difficult to predict the strength of the other squadrons through their previous battle records. Team battles had always been the way of the kings. Different battle tactics would be formulated according to different scenarios. For example, in such a large forest, it was obvious that they would need to fight in the forest. The main point was to conceal themselves and discover the enemy. It was a battle of wits and courage. After covering their tracks, the two battle teams began to look for their opponents. Rivervale relied on multiple detection radars, while Tomahawk cast rune magic and added magic such as insight, clairvoyance, aura detection, and so on. Due to cultural reasons, Swedish Tomahawk preferred to use magic. The two teams moved slowly, and the atmosphere was tense. Under such circumstances, the commentator of the Chinese competition channel began to explain the match to liven up the atmosphere. All right, both teams have entered the battlefield. As we can see, the small map of the battlefield is divided into 16 areas. The top left is A1, and the bottom right is D4. The horizontal lines are arranged according to the same letter, but different numbers. Rivervale is currently at A3 at the top of the map. Tomahawk is at C1 at the bottom left. Now, we will see what route they will take. Oh, sure enough, both sides have used the high-altitude maneuver. A member of Tomahawk was a birdman. He spread his wings, broke through the canopy, and flew in the air, overlooking the battlefield. On the other side, Maple Moon threw a few compressed orbs into the sky, turning them into floating soldiers. They patrolled in the sky at an even faster speed. To the current players, flying was already very simple. However, in this scenario, due to the cover of the trees, flying did not have much of an advantage. With the compressed orb technology, mechanical equipment was much more portable. The capacity and speed of the machines that mechanics could bring with them were greatly increased, and the changes brought about were completely subversive. Just like in the previous version, Maple Moon could not bring dozens of machines with her, nor could she complete the field with a wave of her hand. On the screen, the flying troops of both teams quickly discovered each other, and the flying players of Tomahawk easily destroyed the floating soldiers that were not supported by mechanical force. The commentator was excited. Oh, the scouts of both teams have broken out into a short battle. Look at the next actions of both sides. It seems like Tomahawk has adopted the strategy of sprinting, and the entire team is rushing toward the position of scouts. As for Rivervale, Rivervale seems to have grasped the location of their opponents and is circling around. Player Maple Moon has set up a large number of mines and mechanical traps along the way. She is trying to turn the entire battlefield into her own territory. As long as mechanics are given time, they will be able to expand their advantage. Now, Tomahawk is in a passive position. The playstyle of the Rivervale team was originally leaning toward the mechanic class. Their captain, Madblade, was a mechanical pugilist himself. After Maple Moon joined, their playstyle became more and more cunning. The scariest thing was that not only were they good at scheming, but they were also better at shooting than you. The Tomahawk team was soon hit hard. They encountered the mines set up by Maple Moon, and they were blown up. Under the rumbling chain of explosions, the lush forest turned into a sea of fire. At the very least, in terms of scene destruction, the mechanic class was the undisputed number one. Their opponents stepped into the traps, and Rivervale no longer hid. They changed their route and attacked directly. The players of Tomahawk were all equipped with mana-powered armors, but compared to the Army's products, these high-quality mana-powered armors were completely inferior. Mad Blade dashed left and right, and all kinds of mechanical weapons danced in the wind. The other members cooperated well, and after sacrificing 2 people, they successfully wiped out Tomahawk and won the team battle. In the competition channel, the Chinese audience was in a good mood. Haha, I knew it. Rivervale will definitely crush Tomahawk. First place in the regular season is not given for nothing. The people of Tomahawk have experienced it. This is what it feels like to be in the version. With the addition of Miss Maple Moon, Rivervale is not just a little bit stronger. Miss Maple Moon is strong and gentle. I'm a fan now. When are you going to release a picture? Aunt Rainy Kim is already an old woman. She's not as young and beautiful as Miss Maple Moon. Sorry, I'm going to fall in love with someone else. It's not that you're not good enough. It's just that my standards are a little too high. You've forgotten about your wife now that you have a new lover. Scumbags who like the new and hate the old are just trash. Amidst the ruckus, the 2 teams finished their rest and began the single elimination tournament. Tomahawk sent out an ordinary player to scout ahead, while Rivervale's selection made the spectators excited. The first to go up was actually their captain, Frenzied Sword. Now that Rivervale had won the group battle, their captain was the first to fight in the arena. It was obvious that they wanted to completely suppress their opponents in terms of aura. They wouldn't let them off easily. The audience could feel Rivervale's confidence and dominance from this ranking. The commentator's tone was excited, and he spoke like a machine gun. For the first battle of the group battle, Rivervale's captain, Mad Blade, has requested to fight. Although it's a pity that he didn't make it into the top 16, he's ranked 18th in the international regular season. If he's lucky, he might be able to make it into the finals. Now, let's look at the battle situation. Oh, as expected, Mad Blade defeated his opponent effortlessly. The Mechanical Pugilist class has the advantages of both the Mechanic class and the Pugilist class. In this version, where the Mechanic class is strong, this class has a huge advantage. On the screen, Mad Blade adopted a tough fighting style. He did not dodge and directly attacked. He threw out compressed orbs, turned them into different mechanical traps, and controlled the opponent's position. In terms of control, mechanical pugilists were much stronger than pure pugilists. After easily closing in on his opponent, Frenzied Sword unleashed a flurry of combos. The style of combos was very different from the melee combat of pugilists. The mechanical weapons were switched in a dazzling manner. Swords, hammers, axes, guns, whips, cannons, and so on. Using different weapons to continue the combo, this extremely difficult to control combo flowed smoothly like water, emptying the opponent's HP bar in less than a minute. He was really strong, and he was also really handsome. Although his class was no longer the pugilist from his previous life, Mad Blade clearly had a second chance. Tomahawk could no longer sit still. Captain Viking was the second to go out and face Mad Blade. It was a captain versus a captain. Captain Viking was a pugilist. He took off his heavy armor and activated a berserk buff that was triggered when he was unarmored. His exposed skin was covered in green runes that provided defense and regeneration. He held 2 orange-grade enchanted axes. Roar! Blood and glory! Captain Viking slammed his axes together and roared at Mad Blade. Mad Blade stood opposite him with his hands on his waist and was speechless. As expected of a pugilist, his resistance to shame is really high. He was so immersed in the role. This foreigner was indeed fond of cosplay. Right at this moment, the phantom of a muscular man suddenly appeared behind Captain Viking and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, Captain Viking's muscles swelled up like balloons, and the pugilist flames on his body, which were originally in a burning state, seemed to have turned into napalm, exploding violently. With a boom, his aura skyrocketed. On his status bar, a new buff appeared. Captain Viking had used a character summon card. The commentator's expression changed. Glory Clan's Berserk. Melee attack plus 50%. Physical resistance plus 30%. Strength plus 400. Agility plus 200. max health plus 20%, movement speed plus 40%, and 300 frost damage per attack for 5 minutes. This character summon card is really strong. Seeing this, the bullet screen immediately exploded. He used a character summon card. This is bad. Let's see if Mad Blade has a powerful character summon card. If he doesn't, it's over. The character summon card was a rare item, and the stronger the character summon card, the harder it was to obtain. All the pro players treated it as their trump card, and now that it was the finals, no one would hold back. At this time, Captain Viking had used one of his trump cards. An item like the Black Star Core Badge. Evolution was only available in a single region, so it was normal for it to be banned. However, the character summon card was different. Any player had a chance to obtain it, and the only difference was the effect. Therefore, it was not on the ban list, but there were restrictions. Because there were 5 different types of battles in each round, the rules stated that the character summon card could not be carried over to the next battle. In other words, even if Captain Viking killed his way through the group arena and the effect of the character summon card was not over, he would have to refresh his status after death. He could not carry over the character summon card's buff to the next battle. The character summon cards of the pro players were even rarer, and they were shown to the audience in the Pro League. This was to make the battles more exciting and attract more attention. This rule not only provided more excitement, but it also reduced the impact of the character summon card on the entire competition. After all, every round was a best-of-5, and there were at least 15 battles. The character summon cards could not be traded, so being able to take out 15 amazing character summon cards was also a skill. Furthermore, the others also had character summon cards, so it was hard to say who had more treasures. Seeing the change in his opponent, Mad Blade's gaze became firm, and he activated a character summon card. A shadow of a handsome man in black appeared behind him. He was as tall as an indomitable spirit. Many of the spectators recognized this figure at a glance and instantly became excited. Whoa, Black Star! It's here, it's here! I knew it! How could Mad Blade not have a character summon card? I remember that Mad Blade also used Black Star's character card in the previous season. Now that Black Star is a beyond grade A, how can the effect be the same? The many army players were excited. Han Zhao's interface had always been filled with question marks. They could only get a glimpse of Han Zhao's strength through dungeon battles and character summon cards. Now, their curiosity was piqued. A new buff appeared on Mad Blade's status bar, and everyone looked over. Seeing the effect of the character summon card, the chat went silent for a moment before exploding. F***CK. What kind of sick ability is this? No wonder Black Star has this title in the universe. Who the hell can withstand this? Countless army players were dumbfounded. Although Captain Viking's character summon card was powerful, it was still acceptable. However, the effect of Black Star's character summon card was far beyond their understanding. Everyone was shocked. Is this the standard of a beyond grade A? Just a single ability was already so terrifying. His damage output was high, he had many minions, and he was incredibly tanky. With Black Star's ability, let alone now, they would not be able to kill such a terrifying boss in the future. Why does he have my character summon card? Han Zhao was stunned. He did not remember giving out such a mission. Thinking about it, Han Zhao understood. It was most likely that Mad Blade had obtained a blank character summon card and copied his ability. The two talents were combined into his nickname, Indestructible Body. Alright, after upgrading my talent, I haven't used it many times myself. You've really enjoyed it. Han Zhao shook his head and laughed. Chapter 9:16. With the buff from the Black Star character summon card, Indestructible Body, Mad Blade was like a god descending from the heavens. He gave up on more than 80% of his defense and focused on dealing damage. The close combat mechanical weapons slashed and swept crazily, blasting out many trenches on the arena. They kept switching guns and firing swarm-tracking bullets, causing a series of rumbling explosions. Orange-red flames rose up, and the temperature rose rapidly. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Captain Viking was in a terrible state. He kept rolling around in the range of the explosions to avoid the damage. He had activated the Berserk character summon card and wanted to fight Mad Blade head-on. However, any damage he dealt to Mad Blade would be healed in the blink of an eye, and his attacks were ineffective. With such an insane recovery ability, there was nothing he could do. Captain Viking had no choice but to change his strategy and stall for time. The character summon card had a time limit. Although Mad Blade's recovery was ferocious, his damage was not increased. Captain Viking no longer had any thoughts of defeating Mad Blade and only wanted to stall for time. The longer he could stall for time, the easier it would be for his teammates. Captain Viking activated his special ability, and the epic enchanted battle axe in his hands turned blue and transparent. It was as though it had turned into an axe made of ice, and the normal physical attack turned into a frost slash to slow down Mad Blade. Mad Blade did not care and continued to close in. The mobility of a mechanical pugilist was far higher than that of a pugilist. Even if his speed was slowed to a certain extent, Captain Viking would not be able to escape from his range. With a kacha sound, the arm of his mechanical suit switched to an enormous alloy axe. Mechanical force flowed around it, and it smashed down crazily. Clang! Clang! The alloy axe with dazzling mechanical force wrapped around it clashed with the ice-like dual axes time and time again, producing crisp sounds. Large amounts of orange-red sparks and blue ice shards splashed out, and an invisible shockwave burst out every time they clashed. The two of them were shrouded in tornado-like ice storms and lightning bolts, and the special effects were extremely dazzling. After all, they were both Grey Beast supers, and the special effects of the battle between the players were even better. Captain Viking could only hold on, and it did not take long for his health to fall below 40%. On the other hand, Mad Blade was still as lively as ever, and the strength of every attack was still at its peak. Crack! Right at this moment, the ground beneath Captain Viking's feet cracked open, and a burrowing spider broke out of the ground. It released a large amount of electricity that gathered at Captain Viking's feet. Captain Viking's feet went numb, and he entered a temporary state of movement paralysis. In the midst of the intense battle, Mad Blade secretly operated his mecha and used the movement as a cover to release the mechanical spider from his leg armor. He stealthily moved to Captain Viking's feet and released a control skill to stun the enemy. Mechanical pugilists had a lot of tricks up their sleeves when it came to melee combat. They were like the combination of a weapon master and a hidden weapon master. The number of control skills they had far exceeded that of pugilists. Seizing the opportunity, Mad Blade switched to a mechanical spear and thrust it forward. Captain Viking could only raise his axes to block. Clang! The mechanical spear landed heavily on the surface of the dual axes, and sparks flew. Captain Viking felt a powerful force surging toward him, and there was even a high-frequency vibration in it. Clearly, the spear had used a skill to complement the weapon's characteristics. The force of his dual axes was offset, and his defensive stance was broken apart. The next moment, the tip of the mechanical spear suddenly changed shape and split into 4 spider legs. They bent and pierced into Captain Viking's back, fixing him on the spot. It looked like the mechanical spear had turned into a claw that grabbed onto the target. At the same time, the tip of the mechanical spear turned into a black cannon, and a dazzling plasma light surged out from it. It was aimed at the immobile Captain Viking. Shwa! A bright blue plasma beam shot out from within and instantly pierced through Captain Viking's chest. The plasma beam extended for a meter and did not dissipate, as though it had turned into a sword. This was the release of the weapon's form, turning into a light spear. Mad Blade made use of this opportunity to unleash a beautiful combo of weapons, exhausting Captain Viking's last bit of health and killing him on the stage. Because of the Black Star character summon card, he was able to give up on defense and focus on attacking. Without having to worry about his health, his margin for error was increased by dozens of times, and he was more willing to take risks. As a result, his skill level was raised to a whole new level. This combo is really cool. The mechanical pugilist class is still the coolest. I feel like training a Smuff mechanical pugilist account. Stop dreaming. The mechanical pugilist of a professional player is completely different from your mechanical pugilist. Don't try to trick others. The next player quickly went up the stage. Even if he tried to stall for time like Captain Viking, it was useless. Mad Blade became even more valiant and killed 3 Tomahawk players in a row. With the existence of the Black Star character summon card, his endurance was far beyond imagination. He was practically a perpetual motion machine. The Chinese audience watched with great interest. However, as Mad Blade continued to use the abilities of the Black Star character summon card, many of them suddenly realized a strange problem. By the way, Black Star seems to be a mechanic, right? That's right. This indestructible body ability is much stronger than the advanced strength and life ability from the previous batch. No matter how I look at it, it looks like the core ability of a pugilist. I understand now. A mechanic without endurance has no soul. I get it. It turns out that tanking is the true way to play as a mechanic. The Chinese audience mocked. However, speaking of which, Mad Blade seemed to have used Black Star's ability every batch. They had personally witnessed how the effects of the Black Star character summon card became monstrous step by step. From the first batch's machinery affinity bonus, the second batch's advanced strength and life, and now the current indestructible body, it was a huge improvement every time. We can be considered to have witnessed the rise of Black Star step by step. Many people had this thought, and their hearts rippled with the satisfaction of witnessing it. Mad Blade's combat strength was overwhelming, and he used all kinds of postures to press his opponent to the ground and grind him back and forth. Tomahawk did not waste his trump cards and let Mad Blade kill his way through the group arena alone, once again obtaining a large number of victory points. Although it was only a fleeting moment, the terror of the indestructible body had already left an indelible impression in the minds of countless players. Everyone was very curious about what other powerful abilities Black Star had, and it was always an eye-opener. Looking at the discussions on the forums, Han Xiao could foresee that in the future, as long as the army players obtained a blank character summon card, they would probably all run over to copy him. Following that, the arena became Maple Moon's stage. She directly set up a fortress at the flag point, using her firepower to bombard the ground. If Tomahawk wanted to capture the flag, he would have to pay several times the price. This caused the difference in the flag point between the two sides to grow larger and larger. Rivervale did not give Tomahawk any chance to turn the tables and obtained another victory. After winning 3 matches in a row, Rivervale had already stabilized their victory. The remaining 2 dungeons were much easier, and they were just going through the motions. 5 matches in the first round had ended, and Rivervale had won the first match of the first round with a perfect victory over Tomahawk. The first round of the international finals was in full swing, and the 8 teams went all out, contributing to the most exciting matches in this season's Pro League. The results of the first round were out, and all the Chinese spectators went crazy with excitement. Rivervale defeated Tomahawk with a score of 3-1. Dynasty defeated Devil with a score of 3-1, and Long Sky defeated Hydra with a score of 3-2. This meant that the best expectations of the Chinese spectators had come true. The 3 Chinese teams all made it to the top 4 in the first round. Their results in the previous season were already very good, and this season they took one step further and obtained 3 spots in the top 4. The only lone team was America's Key. With the names out, the players in the various regions were all shocked. No one had expected China's performance to be so strong this season, truly dominating. This was the Demon King. The Chinese teams in this season were terrifyingly strong, and Key was the only one who carried the hopes of all the players in the other regions. Apart from the Shattered Star Ring region, the other players all hoped that Key could rise up and break the seal of the Demon King of China, becoming the vanguard against China. Compared to the mentality of the foreign spectators, the Chinese players were overjoyed. They had obtained 3 spots in the top 4, which meant that they had already secured a spot in the finals. Furthermore, the chances of the Chinese teams meeting this time were even higher. In the World Finals, if the final 2 teams were clubs from the same country, it would be a great honor. If China could be the first to achieve this result, it would be the same as creating history. It would be a special milestone, and the Chinese players were looking forward to it. The anticipation of the Chinese spectators and the hatred of the foreign players placed all the pressure on Rivervale. The opponent that Key had drawn for the semifinals was Rivervale. If they won against Key, everything would be fine. Rivervale would become the record holder and obtain the opportunity to become a powerhouse club. But if they lost to Key, it would be a waste of this great opportunity to create a milestone. The domestic audience's hopes would be dashed, and their club's hard-earned reputation would definitely plummet. This was a double-edged sword. To all the spectators, the battle between Rivervale and Key was equivalent to the finals of this season. As long as Rivervale won, the championship would be in the bag for China. On the Shattered Star Ring, the players spontaneously started to gather information on the Key squad, analyze the enemy's tactics, and help Rivervale analyze the intelligence. Although Rivervale did not necessarily need it, this enthusiasm greatly encouraged Mad Blade and the others. Under everyone's gazes, the semifinals began. No one wanted to watch the battle between Dynasty and Long Sky. Almost all the spectators went to watch the battle between Rivervale and Key. In terms of team strength, Key had the core players transferred from the Devil World, and their overall strength was definitely top tier. Those who could make it out of group, they were not simple. Furthermore, most of the Americans were from the demon race and were very talented. Key's team leader was Key of Solomon. Mad Blade was his old opponent, and the two of them had fought in the first singles competition. At that time, Key of Solomon had lost to Mad Blade. After two versions, Key of Solomon had also improved. As soon as the two teams started fighting, the competition entered a white-hot climax. They fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. They were deadlocked. Very soon, after 4 rounds of intense battles, the score was 2-2, and they entered the final match point. Be it the Chinese or foreign spectators, their hearts were in their throats, and their hearts fluctuated with the situation of the battle. In the final match, the gap between the two teams did not increase in the group battle or the single elimination round. However, in the subsequent capture the flag and dungeon rounds, Maple Moon displayed her might and used all of her trump cards. Even the prototype of the Void Dragon mechanical suit appeared, helping her team secure victory in one fell swoop. In the end, the score was 3-2, and Rivervale won the semifinals. Maple Moon's contribution was the most, and she gained a large number of die-hard fans. On the other side, Dynasty defeated Long Sky. The two teams fought each other like the previous season, but the result was the opposite. Long Sky lost to Dynasty this time and stopped in the top 4. Dynasty had completed their revenge. The two Chinese teams met in the finals, setting a milestone for the Pro League. While the Chinese spectators were excited, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Because Key did not enter the finals, the foreign spectators were very disappointed. The finals of the Chinese Civil War did not receive as much attention as the semifinals. Although the two Chinese teams had a strong desire to win, there was no conflict between them, and they fought steadily. Unfortunately, Rivervale had expended a lot of energy in the semifinals, and it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Dynasty only fought 4 semifinals and rested for a period of time. In the end, Rivervale lost regretfully, and Dynasty took the crown of the international finals, allowing China to defend their title. The Chinese spectators were elated, but they were not as surprised as when they won the championship for the first time in the previous season. Instead, they were more satisfied. The current Chinese team was one of the top teams in the international arena, and winning the championship was worth celebrating. However, it was not that surprising. Unlike in his previous life, it was not the Chinese teams challenging others, but others challenging the Chinese teams. This feeling of being challenged as the Demon King made many Chinese spectators feel very comfortable. Because Rivervale had completed the milestone of the finals. Although they lost, the Chinese spectators were very understanding and were not stingy with their applause and encouragement. Before the match, The netizens who did not think that China would defend their title had nothing to say. In front of the real champion's throne, they all gave up. As for whether they were happy or not, Han Xiao guessed that they were. With China successfully defending their title, the excited army players cheered on the forums. Han Xiao was also very happy. However, to him, this was a mixed blessing. The results of the Pro League would affect the daily activities of the players. In the next version, all the major divisions would be gathered in the flickering world. China had won 2 championships in a row, and it was very likely that they would become the target of everyone. As the largest faction in the Shattered Star Ring, the Black Star Corps will be challenged and targeted by the players of the other factions. Just those foreign clubs alone would definitely unite to focus on suppressing the Chinese clubs, snatching resources, snatching missions, and snatching territories. Version 4.0 was the version where the players officially made their name and stepped onto the stage of the Universal Faction War. Han Xiao would not ignore the tens of millions of players in the various divisions. To deal with this, he had to build a huge foundation in the flickering world in advance during the version update period. This was the foundation of version 4.0. This version update period is the key to my further development. Chapter 9:17. For the next 10 days or so, the forums of the Shattered Star Ring were filled with joy. The third season of the Pro League ended with China winning the championship and occupying 3 of the top 4 spots. This was China's best result in the Pro League, and Dynasty, Rivervale, and Long Sky received a lot of praise. The players were still in a state of excitement, reviewing the Pro League and discussing the exciting battles. The forums were flooded with posts. The various club guilds rented a place in the Black Star Army headquarters to hold activities and interact with the ordinary players. It was very lively. At the end of the version, the guild civil war that the players had participated in had come to an end. The duration of the Pro League was not short, and most of the players who did not pass the preliminaries had returned to the guild battlefield to watch the Pro League while fighting. During this period, the players cooperated with the fleets and seized all the territories of the ancient Emperor Party and Descendant Party, supporting the Pioneer Party to become the leader of the civilization. The leader of the Pioneer Party expressed his gratitude to the Black Star Corps for their help, and the remuneration had been transferred to the Army's account. The players' missions had also been completed. After the guild civil war ended, the players were only left with the Flickering World main storyline. This long mission was obviously not something that could be completed in this version, so the players were not in a hurry. Thus, after the Pro League ended, many of the players started their leisure life, organizing their games from the version and traveling with their friends. Even if they did not fight, there were countless entertainment activities in the galaxy. The players' sensory feedback could be adjusted, and there were many ways to play. They could also make use of their own initiative to create all sorts of interesting challenges. Version 0 had experienced so many major events, and the players had personally witnessed the entire process of the Black Star Corps becoming a beyond grade A organization. As the players completed more missions for the Black Star Corps, their sense of belonging grew stronger. This was a win-win situation. With the efforts of all the players, the content of the Galaxy Chronicles had become many times richer, and the information of the Black Star Corps had also become more detailed. From its establishment to its rise, the players had witnessed it. Galaxy Times came out with a new program, interviewing the 4 Chinese teams that had made it into the international competition and making predictions for the next version. Han Xiao, who was supervising Sylvia's preparations for the Black Star Party, also watched it immediately. "Hello, players," the male host said. "This is the Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and protecting your gaming career." The third Galaxy Pro League has come to an end, the female host said. Dynasty, Long Sky, Rivervale, and Temple of God, as the representatives of China, have achieved excellent results in the international competition. Today, we have the honor of inviting the captains and some of the players of the 4 teams to talk about the challenges and interesting things that happened in the league. On the screen, the contestants of the 4 teams appeared and waved to the audience. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the interview began. King Admiral God, what do you think about Dynasty winning the championship this time? Dynasty's condition is great this year. We've performed as well as we should. The whole team is pretty happy to be able to win the championship, King Admiral said lazily. Second Prince coughed dryly and could not help but say, we won the championship because the team members worked together very well. Everyone did their best within the scope of their abilities. This is everyone's credit. It's definitely not because of the captain's leadership. The host said a few more words and turned to look at Rivervale. Team Rivervale, although you missed the championship, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. You eliminated Team Key in the semifinals and secured the title for China. I thank you on behalf of the audience. We only did what we could. Mad Blade's tone was humble. Rivervale is a new team, but they're improving very quickly. Their results have been improving for the past 3 seasons, and they've risen rapidly. Now, many people think that you're a new club. What do you think? I'd like to thank the fans for their love. During the semifinals, countless people gave us advice. I'm really touched. Mad Blade nodded. In this season, Maple Moon also made a huge contribution to Rivervale, the host said. As the captain, what do you think of her? Mad Blade thought for a while and said seriously, so far, the best thing that Rivervale has done is to sign Maple Moon. She's greatly complemented our team's strength and is an indispensable member of the team. She's my right-hand woman. After 3 seasons of hard work, Mad Blade was no longer a new player in the eyes of the audience. He was a god in the top tier and had the same status as Hao Tion. Maple Moon had also become a core player of Rivervale and had a large number of fans. Her status was like second prince of Dynasty and Sleepy Winter of Long Sky. The host continued to interview them one by one. Long Sky was not happy. Although the top 4 was not bad, it was a step back for them. Finally, it was Temple of God's turn. The comments were instantly filled with joy. Host, as a sacrifice, what are your thoughts? Thank you, Temple of God, for your sacrifice. Ignite yourself and illuminate others. So, I've been wrong about Li Gu all this time. You're a selfless saint. I become your fan. Shout with me. Hey, stop, Brother Shrine. Temple of God's contribution is really huge. If it was one of the other 3 teams that got selected into Group A, Temple of God would have wasted at least 1 spot. Temple of God would have most likely fallen in the first round of the finals. If it was Long Sky, they might not have made it, and they would have lost 2 spots. Now that Temple of God has been selected into Group A, it's like sacrificing the weakest team in exchange for the other 3 teams to make it to the finals. Therefore, from a strategic point of view, the person in charge of drawing lots will definitely be a Chinese brother. The team chatted about their mentality and interesting things during the competition before ending the interview and moving on to another topic, which was the prediction of the next version. As the players increase in grade, more and more regions are being opened up, the female host said. We predicted that the next version will very likely have the ability to cross star fields. There were already examples of crossing star fields in version 0, the male host said. They were all related to the Black Star Core in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Core provided a one-way channel for the Constellation Corridor players to cross star fields. At the same time, the Flickering World main storyline mission for Shattered Star Ring players allowed them to head to a brand new star field to develop. Judging from the scale of the Flickering World missions, this is very likely to be an important event for the Shattered Star Ring players in the next version. These trends all indicate the possibility of crossing star fields in the next version. The Black Star Core may play an important role in this. When the Constellation Corridor players cross star fields, the Galaxy Times had already made such a guess, and they emphasized it again at this time. The Black Star Core's presence in version 0 was too strong. Based on the experience of the previous 2 versions, some of the actions of the Black Star Core hinted at future events. Galaxy Times also used the actions of the Black Star Core as important evidence for their prediction. Because of the existence of the main storyline mission, the Army players can guess that the Flickering World will be a big event in the next version, but no one has guessed that it's the world's server yet. Han Shao nodded and muttered to himself. In his previous life, When version 40 was released, the flickering world had completed its initial development and was already open to the outside world. Many factions wantonly recruited people to go to the flickering world, developing and competing with each other. High circulation was one of the foundations of a galactic society. The circulating citizens, resources, wealth, and so on were like blood and veins, connecting the civilizations that were scattered in various space zones, forming an internal cycle that would trigger the whole body. Therefore, the civilizations in the Sea of Stars were no longer isolated islands. It was the cornerstone of order. Therefore, opening up to the outside world was the inevitable fate of the new star fields. The structure of the various star fields was stable, and the benefits were more or less distributed. The new star field was a new space for development, which gave some factions that could not obtain new territory hope. This caused a huge reshuffle of the organizations, and a galactic migration occurred. Many organizations that lacked a way to ascend migrated to the huge, flickering world, resulting in a competition for territory and resources. The Red Empire had the highest ownership of the star field. Opening up the flickering world was, on one hand, an inevitable trend of the times, and on the other, to share the burden of their own construction. The manpower and resources consumed by construction far exceeded that of simple exploration and development. Even for a universal civilization, if they wanted to independently build a new star field, it would be a huge project. Furthermore, there were two organizations eyeing them covetously, taking the opportunity to suppress them from other aspects. Therefore, the Red Empire needed to share the construction cost among the countless organizations in the universe, thus freeing up a lot of manpower. Then, they would slowly digest the enormous benefits of the flickering world through taxation. The entire universe had its eyes on the flickering world. Even the Red Empire, which was known for its tyrannical ruthlessness, knew that they did not have the right to monopolize it. If they stubbornly insisted on turning the new star field into an exclusive logistics base and resource land, the result would be obvious. They would be separated from the balance of power of the three organizations, forming a binary opposition, which would overturn the structure of the entire galaxy. The gains would not make up for the losses. The galactic society was particular about free economic trade. Therefore, unless it was necessary, the Red Empire would not divide the organizations that were not its allies. Furthermore, using competition to motivate the external organizations was also a situation that the Red Empire hoped to see. Only the most fertile and important regions would be firmly controlled by the dynasty. A portion would be directly controlled by the dynasty's star field division, while the other portion would be given to important allies, such as the Black Star Corps. They would be the stabilizing force, guarding the flickering world and maintaining the dynasty's control over the star field. Chapter 9:18. The first phase of the Red Empire's development of the flickering world is about to end, and we can begin construction very soon. At that time, we will need a huge amount of funds and energy. The army has plenty of funds now, and with the dynasty's support, I don't have to worry about the lack of resources during the version update period. Han Xiao nodded. The evolutionary totem was a monopoly business, and, as a faction specialty, it had brought him a huge amount of funds. Among all the beyond grade A allies of the dynasty, he was probably the one who did not lack money the least. In his plan, the mechanical civilization and the black spirit race were the main targets of development. The former was a high-quality source of troops for him, and the latter was a race with great potential. Only in his territory could he boldly support and expand without worry. He would no longer watch the black spirit race develop naturally, but would personally participate in the civilization's development, imparting knowledge. The black spirit race's terrifying communication efficiency was their ability to accept. As long as they were on the right track, the level of their civilization would not be developing slowly, but would soar like a rocket. The version 3.0 to version 4.0 would take a few decades, and the players would arrive during the competitive period. As soon as they entered, they would be faced with an organization that had already taken shape. The initial development of the flickering world was just a background introduction, and he would have to personally experience this blank period of development. With the experience of his previous life, he knew all the organizations that came to the flickering world to compete. This was a huge advantage. During this version update period, the entire galaxy would be focused on development and expansion. The Red Empire would be under a lot of pressure, and because of the evolutionary cube, he would also face some trouble. However, with his position and strength, there would be very few external threats. The Black Star Army had only been established for a little more than 20 years, and the few decades of version updates were just right for the Black Star Army to build up its foundation and complete the transformation from a new force to an old force, laying down a more stable foundation. Hela has always been growing. Although the speed is not as fast as in my previous life, with my help, her potential is even higher. She will very likely become a new beyond grade A super in the version update period. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. This way, he would have one more top combatant on his side, increasing the influence of the army. Even if Hela could become independent, with the relationship between Floating Dragon Island and himself, they would still be allies. At that time, the Shattered Star Ring would have 6 beyond grade As, and the army would be able to benefit greatly from it. Cisco's days were even more difficult throughout version 3.0. He had gained a huge amount of EXP from the major events and players. They were all stored in the interface. During the version update period, when players went offline, major events were not common. The accumulated EXP was a strategic reserve to support him through the version update period. At his current level, the EXP required to level up was close to 10 billion, and every time he leveled up, he would need hundreds of millions of EXP. Although Han Zhao had a lot of EXP stored up, if he used it all to level up, the consumption rate would be too much for him. A few decades was a long time, so he had to be frugal. In his plan, after reaching level 300 and obtaining the new class advancement and species evolution, he would focus on leveling up his skills, obtaining potential points, and leveling up all the class knowledges to improve his combat strength. In the future, the experience required to level up would only increase. Developing new leak fields could increase the efficiency of gaining experience. There was competition in the world server for version 4.0, but at the same time, it was an opportunity to obtain a large number of new leaks. Some time ago, when the players settled the Gyulul Civil War, the Gyulul Civilization Pioneer Fire mission on Han Zhao's interface was completed. This mission was based on one's performance. He threw it to the players and did not do it personally, so the mission rating was not high. He only received a minimal amount of EXP. However, the mission reward was only a small part of it. The EXP gained by the players would flow back to Han Zhao through the purchase of faction products, which was many times more than the EXP gained from mission. After 3 versions, the Black Star Corps had achieved its current status. After going through so much, Han Zhao's attitude toward the version update was much calmer. Now that everything is ready, we just have to wait for the first phase of development to end and the dynasty to divide the territories. With the end of the Pro League, the date of the version update was getting closer and closer. The focus of the army players also gradually shifted from defending the champion of the Pro League to the version update. Many of them had stored up a large amount of EXP and were only waiting for the next version to release a higher level cap. In the headquarters of the Black Star Corps, countless players gathered, chatting with their friends while waiting to go offline. It was as noisy as a chaotic market. In a corner of the plaza, a group of pro players looked at the endless crowd and chatted with each other. There are too many new players in this version. How could there be so many people in the previous 2 versions? Twinkle Fried Rice shook his head. It's good to have more people. Only then will the Pro League have higher ratings. Liga smiled. I wonder how long the update will take. Maple Moon asked curiously. It shouldn't be too long. Our Flickering World mission is not over yet, so we will definitely continue to explore it in the next version, Mad Blade replied. Sigh. I'm really curious about what the Black Star Corps will be like in the next version. As the few of them chatted, they suddenly noticed King Admiral waving at them from not far away. Mad Blade and the others walked over. Everyone gathered, and King Admiral said with a smile, "Since everyone is here, let's have a meal together during the holidays to celebrate this title defense." I have no objections. Li Go was the first to agree. I remember that after the Pro League last year, we had a gathering too. Sleepy Winter stroked his chin. That's right. Let's just treat this as a regular event after winning the championship. The champion will be responsible for treating all the Chinese players to a trip. Let's eat something good. After all, we got the championship prize. Don't send us away with food stalls like Long Sky did last time. Food stalls are the most affordable, Hao Tian said. Everyone cheered, and King Admiral had a helpless expression as he agreed. Very soon, all the players went offline one after another, turning into white light and disappearing. The crowded square suddenly became empty. Han Xiao, who was monitoring the situation in the square in his office, also received a notification on his interface. Version 3.0 update activated. Saving data. Saving complete. Player forums closed. Update time unknown. Please wait patiently. Han Xiao looked at the top right corner and saw that the player forums option had turned gray and could not be opened. The players have all gone offline. Han Xiao took a deep breath. It's time to prepare for version 4. So, at the same time, at the Stargate of the Shattered Star Ring, a trade fleet flew out of the Stargate. The spaceship was shaped like an egg, with silver armor that was as smooth as a mirror. The overall structure was very simple, but it had a strong sense of technology. The spaceship was engraved with the Mobius symbol of the Limitless Financial Group. The main ship was a giant silver UFO. In the command room, a tall man stood in front of the porthole, silently looking at the scenery of the universe outside. This person was tall and thin, with snow-white skin. His facial features were handsome, and his eyes were gentle. He did not give off the oppressive feeling of a big shot. He had a small stubble around his beard, and there were some small arc-shaped silver scales on his sideburns. He was wearing luxurious clothes, and his entire person exuded a rich aura. This man was the current head of the Limitless Financial Group, Sorokin, one of the richest people in the universe. He was someone who could truly utilize the power of money to the extreme. "Your Excellency Sorokin, we're here." A subordinate dressed like a secretary stood beside Sorokin and said softly. Sorokin calmly replied, "Follow the itinerary and head to the Black Star Corps headquarters. Get the branch here in Shattered Star Ring to send me their business situation for the past 5 years." Understood. The Limitless Financial Group invested in the entire universe and had businesses everywhere. The Shattered Star Ring was no exception. However, because of the poor security here, the Limitless Financial Group had never paid much attention to the Shattered Star Ring. If not for the fact that he had accepted the proposal of the 3 Beyond Grade A shareholders, Sorokin would not have wanted to operate on such a large scale here. Although the purpose of this trip was to find trouble for Han Xiao, business competition was not direct. Sorokin was also interested in meeting Black Star. The way he saw it, Black Star should be happy to see him. Back then, although one of his subordinate organizations was destroyed by Black Star, his identity was not exposed. Black Star definitely did not know that the Limitless Financial Group was the mastermind behind it. In Black Star's impression, this should be the first time they had met. This way, Black Star would be kept in the dark, and he would have the advantage of being discreet. He could make use of this opportunity to get in touch with the undead army of the Black Star Corps and complete his original goal. Just as Sorokin was thinking, the door of the command room opened, and a tall woman walked in. She was dressed in the luxurious uniform of a financial group executive. She had long, smooth white hair and delicate makeup on her face. She was extremely beautiful. This woman came to Sorokin's side and lowered her head slightly. "Father, what can I do for you?" She was Lovell, Sorokin's daughter. Sorokin had many children. They were all elites and held different positions in the financial group. Turning around to look at her, Sorokin opened his communicator and sent an invitation to her. "Take the invitation to the Tyrant's party and go to Heber's place to meet with him on my behalf. Lovell was shocked. I thought you were going to invest in the Black Star Core. That can only be decided after I meet with Black Star. Before that, I can't let go of any other investment opportunities. Sorokin's tone was non-committal. His deal with the 3 shareholders was confidential. Other than himself, everyone in the financial group thought that he was going to the Shattered Star Ring to invest normally. Although he was competing with the Black Star Core with money, there was a technique to it. Sorokin did not want to fight with the Black Star Core head-on. Although money could help him seize the market, he did not like to make a loss. The deal with the 3 shareholders and the opportunity to invest in the flickering world, Sorokin wanted them all. As long as he invested in the right target, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Not only did he have to compete with the Black Star, but he also had to not anger the dynasty. After some research, Sorokin felt that there was a suitable investment target in the Shattered Star Ring. After all, the Black Star Core was not the only organization that could build the flickering world. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.